Hey there coders, here I'm again with another beautiful build where we will build a full stack TikTok clone. We will be using TypeScript along with NestJS for the backend and ReactJS for the front end. For generation of types on the front end, we will make use of GraphQL Codegen, which allows us to automatically generate types from our backend. For styling, we will use TailwindCSS. For syncing our front end with the data coming from our GraphQL API, we will use Apollo Client. For state management regarding our UI, we will use the state management library Zustand. So, what kind of functionality will our TikTok clone have? We will be able to register, log in, like and comment posts, make posts, also we will be able to update our user profile, we will also have infinite loading, meaning whenever we reach the bottom of our feed, more posts will be loaded into our feed. And then what will we be learning? We will be learning how to create a GraphQL API and connect it to a separate front end, and how to work with files such as images and videos on the front and back end. And everything will be built from scratch. So I would say without further ado, let's get started. Alright, let's get started with coding. First of all, let's initialize our backend and front end. So what I do is I cd into YouTube TikTok clone, and this is just an empty directory. And in here I say nest new backend like this. And this will initialize a new NestJS project with the folder name of backend. Here we can say npm. And if you are not able to initialize a new NestJS project like this, make sure you have installed the CLI of NestJS globally. And you can do it by using this line here. And now we can initialize our front end using white. And here we can make use of this line here. I just copy this part here. And then we name it front end. Enter. Package name front end, okay. Then here we choose React and TypeScript. And we are done with it. Now I would say we jump into the backend and implement the auth logic, meaning the logic for registering, logging in, and logging out. So let's say cd backend, and now code empty space dot, and this will bring up Visual Studio Code, and we are in our backend directory. The first thing we will be doing is setting up our database connection using Prisma. So here in the official NestJS docs, you can see that we have to install Prisma with this line here. And then we can say npx Prisma init, like so. And this will create a Prisma folder here with a schema.prisma file. And here you can see that Postgres SQL will be used, which is okay. But in order to get this database running, we will make use of Docker. So in here, let's create a file, docker-compose.yml. Next, let's go into our source directory, and in here, let's create a new file, prisma.service. And here I paste something in again, which is this piece of code here. And of course, this must be a TypeScript file, sorry. And if you're wondering, where did I get this piece of code from? It's just from the docs here, yeah? This part here. And now you see I got some problems here, yeah? And I'm not quite sure why I have this, but if you have this too, you can go to eslint.rc.js and you can delete this line of code here. Plugin prettier recommend. Like so, and the errors should be gone. Alright, now you can close your prisma.service file. Docker compose.yaml, you can leave it like this as well. And this file here, schema.prisma. And now let's add some models to our schema.prisma file. First of all, we will have a user model, which looks like this. And here the syntax, I always forget it, but we will have ID. We will be using auto increment, which increments the ID automatically, which will make sure that the ID is unique. Yeah. And then we have a couple of strings here. Some fields are optional, yeah. So whenever a new user registers, he will have now bio and now image. So these two things need to be optional. And then here you see we have posts, comments, and likes on the user. And these three refer to other models. Yeah, so down below, let's have a post model. And here you see that a post has a user ID, meaning a post belongs to a user. Now let's add the post model down below. And here you see the post model has a user ID. So a post belongs to a user. And then also you see we have comments and likes. So comments and likes belong to a user, but they also belong to a post. Down below, let's have our comment model. And here you see it. We have two foreign keys, user ID and post ID. Yeah? Meaning each comment belongs to a specific user and it belongs to a specific post. And here you see we use map. So in our database, it looks like this, but here we can write it like this. Yeah. So this is why we are using map here. And then we can reference these fields in our database like this here, right? And you see that we are using onDelete cascade here. And this means whenever we delete a user, all his posts, comments, but also his likes will be deleted as well. And this makes sense, yeah? So if the user is gone, why should we keep his posts, right? This does not make any sense. So this is why we are using onDelete cascade here. Next, we need our like model, which looks like this here. A like belongs also to a user and a post ID. A like belongs also to a user and a post. And here we are using this unique operator, so to speak, meaning the user ID and the post ID must be always unique. So a user can't like the same post multiple times. Yeah, this makes sense, right? He can only like it once or dislike it. Yeah, And this is why this combination of user IDs and post IDs must be unique. A user can like another post, but a user cannot like the same post again multiple times. So this is not allowed. And this is why we are using unique here. Now let's save the schema.prisma file here. Let's close it. Now let's jump to our .env file here. And here I paste something in. So I can delete this line here. So here we are providing our database URL because in here, in our schema.prisma file, we are making use of it here, yeah. And here it is important that the username and the password and the database name match with the user and password and database name in our Docker file here. And here you see it does not fully match. So here we named our database TikTok clone. So let's grab it and paste it in here. And now this should match, I think. Yep. And then also we have a refresh token secret and an access token secret. This is what we will be needing for our auth logic. And then also our app URL, yeah, localhost 3000, which we will be using here. By default, it is port 3000 here when you initialize your NestJS app. Now we should be good here. We can close the two files here. Alright, next we can do the migration by using this line here. npx prisma migrate dev --name init. And what you can see here is that this has worked, but it should not be working because we have not started our Postgres Docker container yet, right? But I forgot to stop mine, yeah, because I have pre-coded everything and my Docker container has still be running here, as you can see here. So this is why it has worked. So what we can do here is, I will say docker ps. And here you can see it has been running for 40 hours. And now I will stop it with this command. And now let's say docker compose up. And this should start our Docker container now. And now what we can do here is we can run our migrate command again, like so. And now we can say npx prisma studio. And here you can see that we have our database with all the models from our schema.prisma file. And each model corresponds to a table, like so, yeah? Now let's set up GraphQL. So let's grab this line here, open up a new terminal, paste it in, hit enter. Now let's install a few other packages, npm I NestJS config, yeah. Then also bcrypt class transformer class validator cookie parser, because we will make use of HTTP only cookies. And now I think we should be good to go. Let's hit enter. Now let's go to our app.module.ts. And in here, let's import GraphQL module from NestJS GraphQL and also Apollo driver config from NestJS Apollo. Then also let's import join from path, the config module, and this should be it. Now let's configure GraphQL. Here in this imports array, we can say GraphQL module dot for root, and here we can provide a type, and then parentheses, curly brackets, driver, which is of type Apollo driver. Then we can say our schema should be generated and it should be stored under source schema.gql. We can also say it should be sorted. And of course, we want to have a playground, which is a nice UI in our browser, which you will see in a bit. And then also, in order to add the request and response to our GraphQL context, we need to have this line here. This is very important. Yeah. So add this line. Now, after this closing parentheses, let's say config module dot for root, like so. Alright, now we should be done here. Let's close this file. Let's go to our main.ts file. And in here, we must be enabling cores. Yeah, otherwise we get an error because we have a separate front end and it runs on a different URL. So what we need to do here is below const app, we will have something like this. App.enable cores. And then the origin here is 5173. This will be the URL of our front end. And then it is important to have this header here, I think. I'm not sure if all the others are important, but this one is what we need. Otherwise, we get another error. And then, yeah, we can also specify the methods here. Also, we need to make use of our cookie parser. Now, down below this closing parentheses, we also need to make use of our cookie parser, like so. Let's import it. Now, down below app.use cookie parser, let's say app.use global pipes, like so here. And in here, let's say new validation pipe, then parentheses, curly brackets. Here, let's say whitelist true and transform true as well. Now, down below transform, let's have an exception factory, like so, which is a function. We can make use of an arrow function here. And in here, we will get access to errors. And what we do here is, I paste it in, we create a new object named formatted errors. Initially, errors is an array, but we use a reduce here to transform an array of objects into a single object. And I think here's something wrong. Maybe we need to get rid of this curly bracket here. Let's see. And now, after this formatted errors here, we need to throw a new validation exception, and we pass formatted errors to it, like so. and we need to import it. Yeah, import validation exception from, I think we don't have this. Maybe let's use bad request exception, and we can import it from NestJS common. But we still get a problem here. And sorry, of course, this must be validation pipe. Yeah, like so. And now we are good to go. All right, now let me explain to you what's happening here. So initially, errors looks like this here. Yeah, it's an array of objects, so to speak. Yeah, so we can put this in angle brackets like so. And each object has a property and then some constraints. Yeah. And now we make use of reduce here. We create a new object here. We say the key should be error.property, meaning the key should be username, for example, or password or whatsoever. And then the value should be object.values and then error.constraints. Yeah, this thing here is basically an array which would look like this here. It would be an array consisting of this and this, for example, here, yeah. And then what we are doing here is we use join with comma. So what we are creating is something that looks like this. Yeah, we are creating a single string from two separate strings in an array. And at the end, we have a single object with a key of username, for example. Yeah. And then the value will be something like this here. Yeah. Now let's jump to our terminal and let's create an auth module. So let's say nest generate module auth. Let's also create a service. Now let's close the terminal. Let's also create a user module, a user service, and a user resolver, like so. Now let's go to our user directory here, and in here let's create a new file, user.model.ts. And here we will be importing field and object type from NestJS GraphQL. And then we have a class looking like this. Yeah, we will make use of object type and field. And by using this object type decorator here, we mark the user class as GraphQL type. And then we make use of this field decorator, which marks each of these properties as a field of the GraphQL user type, so to speak, yeah? And by working like this, we made use of the code-first approach. There's also a schema-first approach, but this is the code-first approach. And let's save it and close it. Alright, let's also close our main.ts. Now let's go to our auth module. Let's go into our auth service. Let's also import unauthorized exception from NestJS common, and bad request reception, and bad request exception. Let's import the JWT service. We still need to install this. Let's import our Prisma service. Let's import bcrypt from bcrypt. Let's import the types response and request from Express. Let's import user from Prisma client and the config service from NestJS config. Now let's install this here, NestJS JWT, npm I, and then let's paste it in. npm I NestJS JWT. Now in our auth service class, we can have a constructor like so. And in here we make use of something called dependency injection. And by doing it like this, we will be able to make use of these variables in our auth service class. Now we need to implement a few methods. The first being async refresh token, which takes a request of type request and a response of type response, and it returns a promise which is of type string, like so. Now what do we want to do in here? We want to grab the refresh token, yeah, and we get it from request.cookies and then refresh token. If there's none, then we throw an exception, yeah. We make an early return, so to speak. But for the case that there is a refresh token, we have a payload. And we try to get the payload by using try and catch here. And we try to assign a value to this variable by using the JWT service.verify method. Now, the beauty of Prisma is that we already have CRUD methods available for our user model and all other models. Yeah, because we have our Prisma client. And what we can do here is we can say const user exists, and then we are looking for a unique user. Yeah, and this is possible because the ID is unique. Yeah, it's a primary key, so it will be unique. And this will return a single user. And then we can say if there is no single user like this, we throw an exception again, meaning this will be an early return. Otherwise, we can start creating an access token. We can say const expires in, and then we can give it a value here in seconds. And it's usually like this, that access tokens live shorter than refresh tokens. Yeah? So let's say something like this. Yeah, but the value doesn't matter here. And then let's say const expiration is equal to mass.floor. We take the current date divided by 1000 and we add expires in, yeah? And now we can create the access token like so, using the JWT service and then the sign method. And we pass in the payload, which contains some user details of the authenticated user. And you will see it in more detail in a bit. Yeah. And then we provide the expiry date, which is this thing here. And yeah, we make use of a secret, yeah, which we can access via our config service. And here we have this environment variable, which is this and this thing here, right? So this is how this works. And after this line, we can say response.cookie. We can name it access token. We pass in our access token and we say HTTP only is true. Meaning this token is really secure and it can't be accessed by JavaScript in the browser. And then also we can return our access token in here, which is just a string. Let's also have a private method, async issue tokens, which takes in a user, which is of type user, comma, and it takes in a response of type response. We get the payload from the user, yeah. So the payload will be the username, and then sub, which is the user ID. Then we create an access token. Again, here use whatever value you like. And then also we create a refresh token. Oops. Here parentheses is missing. Down below, let's create a refresh token as well. And usually refresh tokens live longer. So here we have 7 days, for example. Then we can say the following after this closing parentheses. Response.cookie access token. We pass in our access token. And we do the same for the refresh token. And last but not least, we return our user. Now let's have another method, async validate user. And this takes as argument login DTO, which is of type login DTO. And this is what we still need to create. Let's do it now. So in our auth module, let's create a new file, dto.ts. And in here, I paste in the following, which looks like this. Yeah. And what you see here is we have two classes. One is register DTO and the other one is login DTO. And we make use of these decorators here. Is email, is not empty, min length, and is string, and so on. And this is possible because in our main.ts, I think, we make use of validation pipe. Yeah. So this is why we can use these decorators here. And you see that for the login DTO, we simply have an email and a password. Whereas for the register DTO, we also have a full name and a confirm password as well. Yeah. And if this is too fast, yeah, don't worry. You can go to my GitHub repository and just copy the code, because I think here's not much to learn and it doesn't make sense to write it out, yeah. Except you see here we have an input type and field again. And you see this is an input type, whereas we also had an object type. Yeah. So here we have a couple of different decorators, but here we need to use input type because this is something we expect as input, yeah, from the front end, so to speak. Let's close this file. Now we have to import our login DTO, like so. Now here we can try to find a user by using the find unique method on our user. And we can use find unique because email is unique. Yeah. And email is unique because here in our user model, we added this thing here. Yeah? And because we added this thing here, we can use find unique here. And this will only bring up one user, if there's one. All right. Now, if there's one user and bcrypt.compare returned true, so to speak, meaning these two passwords are identical, meaning the password from our database and the password coming from the front end, yeah, as input. And if this is the case, if we get true here, yeah, if we have a user and also the password is correct, then we simply return a user. Otherwise, we return null. And yeah, we have to use bcrypt.compare here because we don't store plain passwords in our database, but we hash them. And how we do this, you will see in our register method, which takes a register DTO of type register DTO and also a response of type response. Now in here we look for an existing user. Again, we can use find unique here because email is unique. If there is already an user with this email, we want to throw an exception, yeah, because email is unique and it is not possible to store another user with the same email in our database. And if we pass this block of code, then we can start to hash our password. Yeah, by using bcrypt.hash. We pass in our password coming from the front end. And here we can use a salt value of 10. Yeah, it's pretty secure. And after that, we can create a new user in our database, yeah, by using user.create. And here again, we use this.prisma and here as well, because up here we defined it, yeah. And after the user has been created, what we want to do is we want to issue tokens. So we run our issue tokens method, yeah, and we pass in a user and the response object. Now let's also create a login method, which takes a login DTO of type login DTO, a response of type response. And then here we use our validate user method, which we created in here. And it returns a user. If there's no user, meaning there was no user found, or bcrypt.compare returned false, meaning a wrong password was provided, yeah, then we throw an exception again. And if we pass this block of code, yeah, meaning we have a valid user, then we can issue our tokens as well. Alright, now let's create our logout method, which is pretty simple. What we do here is we clear our cookies, yeah? Access token and refresh token. And that's it. And with that, I think we're pretty much done with the auth logic on the back end. Now let's jump into our front end and implement the front end logic for this. And then we will be able to test it. So yeah, let's get started. So let's go to our terminal here. Let's type cd dot dot and then let's type cd front end like so. Let's type code empty space dot. Here we are. Let's type npm run dev. Of course, we need to do npm I. And we should be able to see our newly created React app, which is here, yeah? Now, let's go to source. Let's go to app.css. And yeah, maybe we can delete it. We can also, now maybe we leave this. But we can delete all the stuff here from index.css. Like so. Now, let's install Tailwind. Yeah, let's grab this line here. New terminal. Paste it in, hit enter. Now let's grab the line down below. And now let's grab this here and paste it in our Tailwind config file. Where is it? Ah, here it is. Like so. Now let's grab this here and let's paste it in our index.css. Yep. Right. Now what's happening here? Let's see. All right. App.css is not found. Yep, makes sense. In here, we don't need this. Let's get rid of it. Let's have a div. Class name bgred500. Let's go. All right, like so. Let's get rid of this useState here. Let's put this div in this closing tag here. All right, we see, let's go. But the rest is not working, huh? Maybe we need to empty cache and hard reload. Still not working. Interesting, interesting. Why is it? Maybe let's restart it. There you go. Now it's working. Yeah, our Tailwind is in place. Now let's create a pages folder under source. In here, in pages, let's have a feed page, feed.tsx. RFCE. Yeah. And if you're wondering how this works, I have an extension for it. And I think it's called React Snippets or so. Let's see. Yeah, I think I have this one here. Huh? This will help you to create a boilerplate like this quickly. All right. Now let's create a post page, post.tsx, RFCE. Let's create a profile page, RFCE. Let's create an upload page. Now let's install React Router. npm I React Router DOM. And now let's go to our main.tsx. And now here we can say const router is equal to create browser router. Let's open up parentheses and then angle brackets. Create a browser router like so. And we need to import it from React Router DOM like so. Oops. That's not correct. Yeah, like so. No, this is wrong. This is so here. Create browser router from React Router DOM. Like so. Import. And in here we have objects with a path property. In this case, it's simply slash, comma, and then we have an element here, which is just our feed page, like so. We need to import feed. Then let's have the same for path upload, which will be element upload. And then also we have two other objects for our profile and post. Like so. Let's import them. And now above our app here, let's say router provider, which we need to import from React Router DOM. And then as props, we provide our router like so. And this can be self-closing. All right. Yeah, now we are on feed. Let's go to upload. Yeah. It works like a charm. Or we can go to profile 1. So now we have routing in place. Next, let's set up some global state management using Zustand. So here we have to say npm I Zustand or Zustand. Now under source, let's create a new folder named stores. And in here, let's have a general store.ts file. Let's import create from Zustand and persist and DevTools from Zustand middleware. Now let's define an interface for the general state. Yeah, we have a couple of booleans and I think we don't need these here. Yeah, I think we don't need them. And then also let's create an interface for our actions, which looks like this. Yeah? So we have properties in our state, and then we also have actions, and actions are there to modify our state. Yeah? And these are simply functions. Now we want to make our data persistent across page refreshes. And this is super simple with Zustand. And how this can be done, you will see now. Yeah. Let's create a variable and let's name it use general store. Then we can make use of the create function. And here we can provide types. Yeah. Here we use our state and then our general actions, like so. Now it's important to run this function like so. And then in here, we can provide arguments. Here we say DevTools, parentheses. Then in here, persist. And this will automatically store the data in our local storage, which is super cool. And then parentheses again. And in here we have an arrow function, which has access to set. And then parentheses again. And in here we have an object, so to speak. And this object looks something like this. I will paste it in. Yeah, so here we have our properties of our state. Again, I think I don't need this one and this one either. And I think I don't need this one and this one. And then also we have our actions. And then below posts, we have one action. Set login is open, yeah, which takes a boolean and then sets it. And then also we have another one looking like this. Set is edit profile open. Yeah? And we will be using these actions to toggle our modal, and how this works you will see in a bit. Alright. Now after this parentheses here, yeah, on line 36. So yeah, before, so 1, 2, 3 from the bottom. Here we have a comma, and then we open up curly brackets. And here we have to provide a name, like so. Yeah, we name it general storage. And this is how it is named in our local storage browser API. Now we can close this file. Let's create another store named userstore.ts. And in here we have two imports again. Then we have a user interface, which looks like this. And we have user actions, which look like this. Let's create our store. Yeah, you know how it works already. Yeah, like so. Export const use user store. We provide our types. DevTools persist. In here we pass in our initial state, which looks like this. Yeah. And then we have our set user action. Yeah, which simply sets a user that we provide as argument. And then also we have a logout method, which looks like that. Yeah. It simply resets everything, yeah. And then, yeah, we need to close it by using a curly bracket and parentheses. And then we have to provide a name again. We name it user storage. And then we need 3 other closing parentheses, like so. And I will show you in a bit how this works with this persist. Yeah, you will see it in the browser soon, so it's a bit hard to explain it now. Next, let's set up GraphQL and also GraphQL code generator. Let's install GraphQL like so. Let's install GraphQL Codegen CLI like so. And also we need to install a few other things in order to create the types for our queries and mutations and also for our entities, so to speak, yeah. So we also need to install GraphQL Codegen TypeScript, then GraphQL Codegen TypeScript operations, and GraphQL Codegen TypeScript React Apollo, like so. And I think that's it for now. Okay. We need to install a few other things. Let's do it now. Let's install Apollo Upload Client because we want to upload videos, right? And also images, yeah, meaning our profile image and so on. And then also we want to install React icons. And now we are done with installing the dependencies. Let's close the terminal. Let's close all the files here. Now let's create a folder under source named utils. In here, let's create a file, apollo client.ts. Let's import a few things. Yeah, Apollo client, in-memory cache, normalized cache object, GQL, observable, and Apollo link from Apollo client. Also, let's import create upload link. And on error, like so. And now let's create a function, refresh token, client, as type Apollo client. And here we can provide normalized cache object. In here, let's say try and catch. And in this try block, we run a mutation. And it is the refresh token mutation. Now after this, we can say const new access token, which is equal to data refresh token. If there's no access token, yeah, then we throw an error. But if we pass this code block, then we know there is an access token and we can store it in local storage. And here this is fine, yeah, it would be accessible by JavaScript, which is not so secure, but since access tokens are short-lived, it's alright, yeah. And now we can say return, and here we return a string, which looks like this, bearer, empty space, and then our token. Yeah, this is the format it needs to be. And now in our catch block, we can do console.log, or maybe we don't even need this. And we can throw an error again. Yeah. All right. Now below this refresh token function, let's set 2 variables, retry count and max retry. And this is just for having a limit, yeah, so we don't run endless requests whenever we get an error, yeah. So this is just then after 3 times it stops. All right, now we need to create a few links. Yeah, this is how the Apollo client works. First of all, let's create an error link. Yeah, by using onError. And in here, we have a function which gets a few arguments, GraphQL errors, operation, and forward. All right, let's close it like so. Now, for the case that we have GraphQL errors, we can loop over the GraphQL errors because this is an array. And in here, we pass in an if check. Here we want to check whether the token has been expired. Yeah? And also we want to check whether the retry count is lower than the max retry. Yeah? Because otherwise we don't want to run this thing anymore. And now in here we need to increment the retry count by 1. And then we need to return a new observable. Yeah? And then in here we call our refresh token function. And this is a little bit complicated, yeah? So you might be wondering why we are using this and not a promise and so on. And the thing is, we can't use a promise because a promise simply resolves to a single value, yeah? A promise resolves to a single value in the future, yeah? But here, observable is not a single value, yeah? Because we will be trying this maybe multiple times, yeah? So we don't just have a single value, yeah? So we can have multiple values, so to speak, and this is why we have to use an observable. So what we are doing here is, as long as we get unauthenticated back and the retry count is lower than max retry, we try to get a new refresh token. We try to get a new access token, yeah? And since refresh token returns the access token in the right format, meaning it uses this string here, yeah? Meaning it returns this string here, bearer and then this access token, we can simply take this token and put it in the authorization headers, yeah? Like so. And then here we need to make use of forward, meaning we need to pass it to the next link, yeah? And we will be creating 2 other links, or maybe 1, I'm not sure. And yeah, this is important that we do this, otherwise it would not work. And yeah, that's basically it. Here is an error still, I think. I need to use another curly bracket here. Alright, now we need to create an upload link. Like so. Here our backend is 3000 and then GraphQL. And we need to have credentials include, because we are using HTTP only cookies, and we need to have this header here, yeah? If we don't have this one, we get problems. Now, below this, we can create a new client, which is a Apollo client. We pass in the URI, like so, 3000. And then also we need to have a cache property here, like so. And here we have type policies. And what is this? So I'm basically saying here, whenever we make use of the query get comments by post ID, what I want to do then is I want to get rid of the existing comments in the cache. Yeah. And I only want to use the comments coming from the backend, so to speak. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying here. Otherwise, I had some weird caching problems where the data didn't update correctly in real time. Yeah. So this is why, yeah, I have this here. So we are just completely ignoring what is existing, and we are only taking the stuff which comes from our API. All right. Next, again, we have to use credentials include, yeah, and headers content type application JSON. Now here we have a link property, and here we need to pass in our links, error link and upload link. Now we need to close it like this, and we are done with it. And I must say this is a bit complicated here, but you don't really need to fully understand it, because you simply write it once and then you close it and you're done with it. Yeah. Now let's create another folder under source, GraphQL. In here, let's create a mutations folder and a query folder, queries. Let's create a login mutation, and let's create a register mutation and a logout mutation. And I will paste them in. Yeah, we make use of GQL from Apollo client. Then we export something like this, yeah, login user. And then we name our mutation login user. It takes an email and a password, both of type string. Yeah, they must be of type string. And then here we define our login input, which looks like this. And then after the user has been logged in, we return a user from our backend, yeah, which looks like this. And then for our register mutation, we have something like this, yeah. And you see it's always the same. Here we have all uppercase. Then we have mutation, which looks like this. Then here we define the type of the arguments. And then here we actually provide the arguments, yeah. And again, here we return a user. Now, oops, that was not correct. Yeah. We must paste it in register like so. And logout looks like this. And we are done with it. All right. Now, we need to create another file named codegen.ts. And in here, I paste something in. Yeah, we need to use the codegen config type. Here we need to provide the URL of our backend. And this will be used to download all the types, yeah, from our GraphQL API. Here we need to specify our documents, which are our queries and mutations. So here we say it must be under source. And then any folder. Here we could, I think, say GraphQL. And then any subfolder, meaning mutations or queries. Yeah. And then it must be a file. Name doesn't matter, but it must have .ts as ending. Yeah. And then all the types will be generated under source.gql. And that's it. Yeah, here we use a few plugins. And This one here, I think, creates all the types for the entities, meaning for user or post and so on. And this one creates all the types for queries and mutations, I think. And I'm not really sure what this thing here does. Yeah, I must look it up, but at the moment I'm not sure what this does. Alright. And with that in place, we should be able to run npx GraphQL Codegen. Let's try it out. Oops, I made a mistake here. Codegen. Oh, it does not work either. Alright, I'm not sure why this is not working, but what we can do is we can go to the docs here of GraphQL Code Generator, and I simply grab this line again. And now let's try it again. npm GraphQL Codegen. Not sure why this is not working. Alright, yeah? So make sure you run npx GraphQL Codegen. Yeah. And now here we got an error. Failed to load schema from HTTP localhost 3000 GraphQL. Interesting. And the error, of course, is because we need to start our backend, yeah? npm run start : dev. Now we should be able to get our schema. It's still not working. Interesting. Alright, yeah, it's not working because we have an error here on the backend. Let's see what we get here. Let's go to our auth module. And I think we need to use JWT service as provider here. And also Prisma service as provider. And config service, of course. Yeah? And the reason why we need to use them as providers here is because in our auth service, we make use of them here, yeah? Via dependency injection. So this is why we need to specify them here in our auth module. And now we get another error. Query root type must be provided. And the reason for this is we don't have any resolver yet. Yeah? So in REST APIs you have controllers, and in GraphQL APIs you have resolvers. So let's implement our user resolver. I totally forgot about this. So in our user resolver, we will have some dependency injection again. Yeah, so we use our constructor, and then we will make use of our auth service, of course, and our user service, like so. Now we will have a mutation which returns a register response. And I think we need to create this, huh? Or do we have it? And here, this thing we have to create as well. So, under auth, let's create another file named types.ts. And in here, we will have an error type and a register response. And we will make use of object type again and field decorator as well. Yeah? And here we basically have an error type, yeah, which has a message and a code. And then we take this error type and put it in our register response, like so. Yeah. Now we can import this register response type. And we can import the mutation. And now the name of our mutation is register. Here we make use of a few other decorators, args. You might be remembering on our front end we named it register input. So we can access it like this here, yeah. And then we can give it any name. Here we also need to import register DTO like so. We need to import context. And you see we have this response thing, right? And we can use it like so because in our main.ts file, was it here? Or was it in app.module? Yeah, app.module, here we have this line here. And because of this line, we are able to do this here, yeah? So we have access to this. And here we return a promise of type register response. Okay. First of all, we have an if check. If confirm password and password do not match, then we make an early return via bad request exception. If we pass this block of code, then we can have a try and catch block. In the try block, we try to get a user via our authService.register. Yeah. And again, we can access this .authService here because via dependency injection, we injected it in here, so to speak. Yeah. And now you see that we get an error here. And this is because it does not know that context has a response property. But we can easily fix this by creating a file under source named types.d.ts, like so. And in here we paste this in. And here we say declare under the express namespace. We say request should have a user property with a username and a sub, which is of type number. And with that in place, when closing this and opening it up again, it should work. And of course, we get this error here now because response must be imported from Express, like so. Yeah? And now this works. All right, here we need a closing curly bracket. Now let's have another mutation here. And this will be our login mutation. Let's import login response. Let's import login DTO. Yeah, and here we're simply calling the login method of our auth service. And here we can access login input because on our front end we named it login input. Yeah. And here this name doesn't matter. We can name it anything we want. Then also let's have a logout mutation like so. Yeah. Simply easy. Now you might remembering on our front end, yeah, in our Apollo client file, we are calling the refresh token mutation. So this means in our resolver, we need to have a corresponding mutation, yeah? And we have it here. Like so, refresh token, yeah? And here we call the refresh token method of our auth service. Yeah, that's all. And here we need to make sure that we are using request from Express. And that's it for now with our auth functionality on the backend. Now I would say we can go back to our front end and wait. Let's go back to our backend. Let's see if we get any errors. Of course, there are more errors. Let's see what we get. All right, in our user model, we of course need to use our auth service. We need to use JWT service, Prisma service, and config service as well. Config service, Prisma service. Okay, and now we still get this error here. And I think it is because we need just a query. Yeah, at the moment we only have mutations, but we need a query. So let's go to our user resolver and let's have a simple query, which returns a string. Yeah, and it returns just hello world, like so. Let's import query from NestJS. No, from NestJS GraphQL. And now we are good. No more errors. Now let's jump back to our front end. Let's try it again. And this has worked now. Let's go to GQL. And then under GraphQL.ts, you see that we have all kind of types. Yeah. Login response, stuff like this. Error type, all the types from our backend. Yeah. But also we have register user mutation. Yeah, we have the type of our mutation and so on. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff here, and we can use all of this to properly type everything on our front end. Yeah. Now let's create another folder under source components. Let's create a new file, protected routes.ts. In here, let's import React Node and use effect from React. Use navigate from React Router DOM. Use user store and use general store. Yeah. Now let's create const protected routes, which takes in children as props. And children is of type React Node, meaning children can be another component. Here we simply can get our user from our global user store, so to speak. Yeah. And we simply can access the user by returning the state. And this is because in our user store, we just have this. Yeah. So this is the state object, so to speak. All right. Now we have to make use of the use navigate hook to get this navigate here. And then also we need set login is open, which is an action, yeah, for mutating our state in our store. And now we make use of use effect. And this thing runs every time user ID, navigate, or set login is open changes. And what we are doing here is Whenever we have no user ID, meaning the user is not logged in anymore, because whenever the user is logged in, we have the user available in our global user store, right? So if there's none, we know that there's no logged in user, and then we simply navigate to slash. And then we say set login is open to true, because we want to show the login model, so to speak. Yeah? We only want to show this thing. And then also for the case that there's no user ID, let's return no access. And then for the case that we have a user ID, then we want to return the children. Yeah, meaning we want to render the corresponding components or pages. Yeah. And then we need to close this and export default protected routes, like so. And now here's something wrong. And of course, here this must be TSX. And we must get rid of this empty space, like so. Yeah. So what we are doing here is, after the component has been rendered, we check whether we have a user ID or not. And for the case we don't have a user ID, we navigate to slash. And then we want to show the login model. Yeah, that's it. And then also, yeah, for the case that we have a user ID, then we render the children. And what are the children? You will see it now. Let's go to our main.tsx file. We can simply wrap the feed in protected routes, like so. And now our feed is our children of protected routes. Yeah. And we can do the same for upload. All right. Now we should be able to try it out. Let's see what we get here. Feed should be protected. And you see we get no access. Yeah, why we get no access? Because this has been rendered. Yeah, and it is because we have no user ID. Why we have no user ID? We can check it here in our application tab under local storage. Here you see we have a user storage and a general storage. And here's nothing inside, just the default state. And by the way, do you know why we have this in our local storage API? The reason is why we have it here, because we used persist. Yeah, and this does it automatically for us. Now let's create another component. Aus model maybe .tsx rfce. Let's import it into app.tsx. Let's render it here. Aus model, like so. There it is. We can get rid of this class here. Now let's go back to our aus model. In our aus model component, we will make use of useState. We will have is registered. Yeah, this will be a boolean. And we will use this to show the login or register component based on this value here. Yeah. Then also let's get the action from our use general store. Set login is open. We can do it like this. We use our use general store here. And on the state object, we can access set login is open and assign it to this variable here. Set login is open. And let's also get the corresponding boolean from our state in use general store. And let's name it as login open. Now let's go to our .tsx here or JSX. Let's give this thing here an ID of auth model. Also here, let's give it a class name. Let's say, and I paste in a couple of classes. Here we have fixed, flex, item center, justify center, Z50, top 0, left 0, W full, H full, BG black, BG opacity 50. Now in this div here, let's have another div, also with class name. And this has a bunch of classes. It has relative, BG white, W full, max W 470 pixel, then H 70%, P4 rounded large. Like so. Then in this div, let's have another div. This div has also 3 classes. Class name, yeah, W full, flex, justify, and. Then in there, let's have a button. And this button has onClick, yeah, and onClick handler. And here it uses setLogin is open. And we can pass in the opposite of what it is currently. So we say, so we make use of the bang operator is login open, like so. All right. Looks pretty cool already. And now let's provide some classes here for this button. Let's say P 1.5, rounded full, BG gray 100. And then let's make use of a React icon here in this button. I am cross, let's import it. I am cross from React icons I am, yeah? And here it is. Now after this button and this div, let's conditionally show login or register based on this boolean here is registered. Let's import login. And currently we don't have them. So let's create these 2 components. Login.tsx and register.tsx. Let's create some boilerplate for each of them. Now we can import them. So by default is registered is false. So the register component will be rendered, which is what we see here. Now below this line, let's have another div. This div has a few classes. It has absolute, flex, item center, justify center, py5, left 0, bottom 0, border t, and w full. In this div, let's have a span with a text of don't have an account. And this span has also some classes. Text 14 pixel, text gray 600. Like so, here it is. Then below this closing span tag, let's have a button. And this button has a text, yeah, which is either sign up or log in based on this boolean again, which is our local state of this component. And also it has an onClick handler. And here we make use of set is registered and we pass in is registered, yeah? And again, we use the bang operator here to take what it is currently and turn it into the opposite. And this has basically a toggle effect, so to speak. Also, the button has some classes. Yeah, text 14 pixel, text F0 2C 56, font semi-bold PL1, like so. Okay. Now let's work on our register component. But yeah, before we do that, let's create another component named input.tsx. RFCE. And this input expects a few props. Placeholder input type max error autofocus on change in value. And these props have the following types, like so. Yeah. Placeholder is a string, input type is a string, max is a number, error is a string, autofocus is a boolean. OnChange is an error function which has access to the event of type ReactChange Yeah, and then also we have an optional prop which is the value of type string. Now in here, let's have a use effect. Let's import use effect. And what we are doing here is, once this input has been rendered, we want to check whether autofocus is true. If it is true, then we want to focus this specific input, so to speak. Yeah. And yeah, so this will be a specific, this will be only one input, because every input has another ID, because placeholder is basically unique. Yeah. All right. Now, in our JSX here, we can basically have our input, and it has all these properties, like so, yeah. And then also it has a couple of classes, which are these. Oops. So we have block, W full, BG white, text gray 800, border gray 300, rounded MD, PY 2.5, PX 3, focus, outline none. Alright, this can be self-closing. Below, for the case that we have an error, we want to render a span. And this span looks like this. Yeah, it has some classes, text red 500, text 14 pixels, font semi-bold, and then we render the corresponding error. And last but not least, we export it like so. Beautiful. Now let's go back to our register component. In here, we have to import a couple of things. Let's import register user. Let's import the use mutation hook from Apollo client. Use user store from our user store. GraphQL error extensions from GraphQL. Use general store. Register user mutation. And that should be it. Yep. In here, let's make use of our use mutation hook, like so. So here we use mutation. We can provide a type, yeah, because our codegen here, we have plugins and we have this TypeScript operations. And because of this, we actually have this register user mutation here, yeah. And by using this, we automatically have everything correctly typed, yeah. This is pretty cool. And yeah, here as argument we simply provide register user, yeah, which we import over here. Then also let's create set user by using use user store and then accessing this action here, yeah, on the state object. Also, let's get set is login open here, yeah, from our general store. Let's also make use of use state, errors and set errors. and they are of type GraphQL error extensions. Let's have another local state register data and set register data here. Email, password, full name, confirm password. Now let's create a function, handle register, which is async. Every time this function runs, we want to set errors to an empty object. Then we want to call await register user. And we can call this because this use mutation hook here, basically can return, because this use mutation hook returns a mutation. We can name it anything we want. And we can use this thing here. And here we have to provide the variables that we want to pass to the backend. Let's also have a catch method here, so to speak. And in here, let's call set errors, for the case that we have any errors. And then if we have some data from the backend, meaning we have a user here, which is returned from the register mutation, then we want to set it in our global user store here, and then of course we want to set is login open to false, like so. Now let's work on our JSX. Let's wrap this in a fragment. Let's give this div a few classes. Text center, text 28 pixel, MB4, font bold. In here, let's say sign up. And here, by the way, we get some errors now. And the reason being, we need to go back to our main.tsx file. And in here, we need to make use of Apollo provider and wrap everything in it. And we need to pass the client as prop to Apollo provider. Let's import it. Apollo provider from Apollo client. And also we have to import the client from utils Apollo client. And there you go. The error is gone. Now let's keep working on our register component. Let's have another div below this div with the sign-up text. It has a class px6pb2. And in this div, let's render our input component. Let's import it. Input. We can. Let's pass a few props to it. Max 64, placeholder full name, input type text, and also on change. And on change is a function, which receives the event here. And then on the event, we can call target.value, which gives us the value, whatever was typed in this input. And we set it in here, We basically copy the current state, and then we only change the full name in this case, Also, because it is the first input, let's set autofocus to true. And let's also pass in errors. By saying errors, question mark, full name as string. And That's it. Let's close it like so. And here we need to have a closing curly bracket. Now, after this input and this div here, let's have another div with class name of px6pb2. In this div, let's have another input. Yeah, this input has placeholder of email. And then here it is important, we only change the email property of our local state. Yeah, the values of all other properties stay the same, but only email will be changed with this input. And below we will have two other inputs like so, yeah, for password and confirm password. Then below this last div, let's have another div, class name px6empty6. In this div, let's have a button. The button has a text of register. And this button has also some classes. But in our case, we will add some classes based on the state of the register data. Yeah. And first of all, let's say that these classes here should be always added. Yeah, they should be there by default. So W full, text 17 pixel, font semi-bold, text white, PY3 rounded SM. And then for the case that there's no email, password, full name or confirm password, then we want to say the button should have one more class, bggray 200. Otherwise, he should have the class bg f02c56. And let's also say after this square bracket, join and just empty space like so. And then also for the case that not every input has been filled out, then we want to disable the button. And of course, here this must be an empty space. And here's our button. And what you see, it is disabled because here we don't have cursor pointer at the moment. If I fill everything out, we have cursor pointer and the color changes. And with that in place, we should be able to register a user. Let's see what happens if we hit register. All right, nothing happens. The reason being, we need to take handle register and apply it to this button as on click. Like so. Let's try it again. All right, we get an error. And I think I know why we get this error. The reason being, here we have localhost, but on our backend, we used this here, yeah? So let's replace this. This must be localhost. Now let's try again. Let's see what happens. Nothing. Okay. All right, we get an error here. Let's see what console.log says. All right, this is empty. I think we forgot something on the backend. Let's implement it. So, on our backend, under source, let's create a new folder, filters.ts. And this filter looks something like this. First of all, let's create a file, custom.exception filter.ts. Yeah, this looks something like this. We need to make use of the catch decorator to catch any bad request exception. And then we have a GraphQL error filter here, which implements GQL exception filter. Yeah. And this allows us to actually properly send an error to the front end. Because here, we made it that we have a nice formatted error, yeah? But without a custom exception filter, it will be not sent to the front end as we wanted, yeah? So this is why we need this thing here. And now let's go to our user resolver and to the register mutation. And here we can say use filters, and we pass in our GraphQL error filter, like so. And now let's try it out again. Okay, it is still not working. And okay, still nothing has changed. And finally, I found the error. So in our main.ts, make sure that you don't have this slash here, yeah? You need to get rid of it. And with that in place, and also by using this custom exception filter here, which we apply here, we are able to get a response back which is in the correct format. Yeah. So let me show it to you. We have this extensions property here. And here you see we have a property name, confirm password, and then we have the string here, yeah? Like so. And maybe let's get rid of this as well, or maybe that's something like this. All right. Yeah, we only get one error here, huh? But I think this is fine. And maybe one thing though, let's try to get rid of this thing and let's see what happens then. Yeah. So now we don't get any error message here. And the reason being, you will see it now. Yeah. We only get this thing here. Internal server error, stack trace, blah, blah, blah. Bad request exception. Yeah. So we really need to apply the filter. We really need to apply the filter to properly send back the error messages. Yeah. So we need to use a filter here for this case. Otherwise, what we've done here is useless. Yeah. Because only this thing is sent, yeah, bad request exception, but without the formatted errors, yeah, which is really bad. And also what you see is we can go to login, yeah, and we see our login component, which currently just renders some text. And I would say what we will do next is to implement the login component. So, hey ho, let's go. Alright, after implementing this beautiful register component, let's implement the login component as well. For this, we copy the content of register.tsx and we paste it in our login.tsx. Now we need to make some adjustments here. First of all, we rename this function here to login user. Here we use login user mutation. and login user. We can get rid of some unused imports. Then we need to adjust our local state in our login component. We can get rid of full name and confirm password. We only need email and password. We can rename this function to handle login. And this is a login user. And of course, we have this local state here. We can rename it to login data and set login data. Let's grab login data and replace this register data with it. And we can also get rid of full name and confirm password like so. Also, we need to replace it here as well. And this here will be renamed to login. This is what we are returning from our GraphQL API. Now, here we have this whole name input. We can get rid of it. Here we have email. Here we have to change this to set login data. This must be login data. The same is, and then down below, this has to be set login data as well, and login data. Then here we have confirm password. We can get rid of it. And then also here, we can get rid of full name and confirm password. Like so. We have to get rid of this pike operator here. And of course, this must be handle login. Login data. And this must be login. And we export login like so. And here above, function login. Alright, one thing though, here we need to change the title. This must be login. And now I recognized when hitting the login button, we should get some error feedback, but we don't see anything here. From our API, we get this invalid credentials, but as you can see, the response looks a bit differently, because here, when signing up, we get something like this. We have extensions, and then we have, for example, confirm password here. So we need to do some work on the backend and adjust our code a bit. But it's pretty easy, so I would say let's do that. So let's jump to our backend. Let's go to our auth service. And now let's make some fine adjustments. So as you know, we are using a custom exception filter, which is responsible for correctly sending a detailed error response to our frontend. Whenever a bad request exception is thrown. And also what is important to understand is that in our main.ts we have an exception factory which formats our errors nicely. And then we throw a bad request exception, which we catch in our filter here. Alright, this is what you need to understand. And now let's go to our auth service. First of all, we can fix a few things here. Here in our register function, we throw an error, which is bad. So here we can also throw bad request exception. Then we can grab this string here, open up curly brackets, and then let's say email, : paste it in again, like so. Now, alright. Now let's go to our login function here. Let's also make use of bad request exception. Let's grab the string. And let's simply rename it to invalid credentials. Let's open up curly brackets. And now invalid credentials. And then we pass in our string like this. One important thing though, since we are throwing the bad request exception here in our service, we need to go to our user resolver. And here I recognized in our register mutation that we are using try catch. Yeah. And in the catch block, we don't do anything. This would mean we would not catch this bad request exception. And since we are handling it already in the auth service, what we can do is we simply can get rid of this here. Yeah. So let's delete this. Like so. And we should be good to go. And here you can see that we are using try and catch here, and then we throw the bad request exception here in our resolver. Yeah, this is up to you. I think there's not really a difference. Now let's go back to our front end. And let's try it out. Alright, we still don't get anything. Yeah, because we registered a user, which is alright. Now let's try to register again. And we get email already in use, which is correct. Now let's go to our login component. Let's try to log in. And as you can see, this has worked. Now let's try with an email that does not exist. Like so. Alright, here we get email must be valid, which is correct. Let's use a valid email, which does not exist in our database. And here we don't see any error. Let's look at our GraphQL response. And again, we have something like this here, invalid credentials. Yeah. So we need to change our UI a bit. So let's go to our login.tsx. And here we are handling the errors. And here we need to do some adjustments now. Yeah, because here we have our custom-made inputs, which also get our error as prop. Yeah. And you see that we pass in errors.email, errors.password and so. But we also have errors.invalidCredentials. And this doesn't really belong to a specific input. So what we do is, maybe above this last wrapping div here, we can have a span. And in here, we can do something. But before we can do this, let's create another local state. Const. And let's name it maybe invalid credentials. Set invalid credentials. And this is a string. Now let's grab this setter here. Let's go to our catch block in our handle login. And then we say if error, GraphQL errors, 0 extensions, and then we can get rid of this. Invalid credentials like so, yeah. If this exists, and now here we can say set invalid credentials, and we pass this whole thing in. Otherwise, we do it like this, yeah. Because otherwise, we will have email and password, which we handle correctly here, yeah? Here and now we can grab this invalid credentials and render it here in our span. Let's try it out. Alright, here we don't see anything. Let's use an email which does not exist, and we get invalid credentials. Yeah. Now this looks really bad. Yeah. And we already have some nice styling in place. So what we can do is, let's go to our input. And we have the span here, right? Let's grab the classes of the span, add them in here, like so. And maybe we should grab this span and put it in this div here. Yeah, let's try it out. And this looks a bit better because we have px6 and mt6. Yeah. And now maybe let's give our button another class mt6, like so. Yeah. So we have some margin here. And maybe here we can get rid of this mt6. Let's try it out. I think this is fine. And with that, we have sign up and sign in place. And you can also see, since we are using Zustand with persist, we have a user in our global store and also in our local storage here. Yeah? It has been put automatically inside here, and you can see it here. Now I would say let's implement the top nav and the sidebar. So let's get started with that. Alright, now it's time to build the top nav. Let's create a new file in components. Topnav.tsx rfce, like so. And then also let's create a new folder, layouts in source. And in there, let's create a file, main layout.tsx, like so. Alright. rfce in main layout.tsx. Main layout expects props in form of children. And children are of type React node. Yeah, meaning the children are another component. Alright, and now here, let's make use of a header tag. And in this header, let's put in our top nav, like so. And then down below, let's have a div. And this div has some dynamic classes. So class name. And then we make use of curly brackets and an array. So we can join this array and turn it into a single string. In here, we need to make use of a hook. Use location from React Router DOM. And we can say, for the case that we are on simply slash, then we want to have a max width of 1140 pixels. Otherwise, we want to have no max widths. And then also we have a few other default classes, like so. Flex justify between, mx auto, w full, lg, px 2.5 and px 0. Let's put a join and then parentheses and just an empty space in here. So we turn this array into a single string. And then here we will have our sidebar. So side nav. Let's also create this one in our components folder. Side nav.tsx. And of course, besides rendering the top nav and the side nav, we want to render our children in here, yeah? Like so. Alright. Now, let's go to our feed.tsx. Yeah. And in here, let's return our main layout like so, and in here we can render some children feet. And here we see everything, yeah? Now, before we keep going, we need some assets. So in the assets folder here, let's create another folder, images. And in here, I will paste something in. Yeah, and you can get these logos and also this nice looking case by going to my GitHub. Yeah, so just download them and you can use them. And now let's go to our top nav again. All right, and in here we need to make use of a few things. Let's import link from React Router DOM. Let's import our TikTok logo. Yeah, from assets, images, TikTok logo.png. Let's also import a few React icons. Yeah, from React icons and then AI. Yeah, so these three. Then also let's import a few more React icons. Let's import our general store as well as our user store. Let's import logout user from GraphQL mutations logout. Let's import use mutation from Apollo client and use location from React Router DOM. And we simply can take this, delete this line and put it in, where was it? React Router DOM here. Like so. Now here in our topnev component, let's get the boolean is login open. Yeah, by accessing our general store, and in there we have a property named is login open. Like so. And I think I need to import it with curly brackets, like so. Then let's also import the action for setting is login open. Let's also get our user. Let's get also the action for setting a user. Let's make use of use mutation hook using logout user, which generates a logout user function here that we can use. Let's get the location by using use location. Let's have a function get URL, which looks like this, which simply returns the location path name, which is a string. Let's create an async function, handle logout, like so. In here, let's have a try and catch block. And then here we can call this function here, logout user, in the try block, yeah. And then if this succeeds, then we can set our user to an empty object, yeah, the user in our global store. And I think we can use undefined here. Yeah, like so. This must be undefined. And then we want to show our login model, yeah? So we say set is login open to true. Let's also have some local state here. And that is show menu and set show menu, which is initially false. Now let's give this div here an ID of topnev. Let's also apply some classes. BG white, fixed, Z30, flex, item center, W full, border bottom, and age 61 pixel. In this div, let's have another div. This div will render CSS classes dynamically again. So let's say class name. Then let's say curly brackets and then array brackets. In here, let's say for the case that getURL returns slash, then we want to set the max width to 1150 pixel. Otherwise, we set it to nothing. And then we have some default classes. Flex, item center, justify between, wfull, px6, mx auto. Let's put join after this array bracket. And let's put an empty space in there. Then in this div here, let's have another div with again some dynamic classes. Here we say again, if getURL returns slash, then we want to have a width of 80%. Otherwise, we want to have this, which is LGW 20% and W 70%. Let's put join after that. And in this div, let's render a link which goes to slash. And in this link, let's have an image which is self-closing. And this image will be our TikTok logo. And then the width and height is dynamically calculated again, whether we are on slash or not. Yeah? So if we are not on slash, then it's only 50. Let's also add alt logo. And now there's an error. We need to import your state correctly. And here you see our beautiful TikTok logo. Now below this link and this closing div tag, let's have another div. This div has a few classes. And the classes are hidden, MD flex, item center, BG white, P1, rounded full, max W 380 pixel, and W full. In this div, let's have an input. This input has a type of text and also a few classes, such as W full, PL3, MY2, BG transparent, placeholder, H3, 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 and text 15 pixel, and then focus outline none. And placeholder is search accounts. And then below this, let's have another div with a React icon. And this div has also a few classes, px3, py1, flex, item center, border L gray 3. And yeah, our React icon has size of 20 and color of H3, H3, H3. Like so. And what you currently see here is that this input is hidden. Yeah? But when making the screen larger, you will see this input. Yeah, there it is. Looking beautiful. And this is because we only show it, yeah, if we have a width which is at least 768 pixel. Yeah? Otherwise, it will be hidden, yeah, if it's smaller than 768 pixel. Now, after two closing div tags, 1, 2, let's have another div. This div has also some class names. Flex, item center, justify end, gap3, min w, 275 pixel, max w, 320 pixel, w full. And here we want to render some content dynamically based on whether we are on slash Yeah, so location.parseName. If it's equal to slash, then we want to show something else. And for the case that it's equal to slash, let's render a link. And this link goes to /upload. And here I need to have a closing parentheses. Yeah. This link has also some classes. Flex, item center, border, rounded SM, px3, py 6 pixel, hover bg gray 100. In this link, we will have a React icon, AI outline upload, size 20, 161724 as color. Down below this React icon, let's have a span with classes of px2 font medium, text 15 pixel, text 161724, and then as text upload. And then for the case that we are not on the feed page, then we want to show another link which points to our feed page. And it has a text of feed and then also another icon. All right. So far, so good. Now we see upload here, yeah? Because we are on the feed page. Now, below this closing curly bracket, let's say if we don't have a user ID, then we want to show a div. This div has two classes, flex and item center. Then in this div, let's have a button with an on-click of set is login open to the opposite what it is currently, yeah. And then also, let's give this button a few classes. Yeah, so flex, item center, bg, f0, 2c56, text white, border, rounded md, px3, pw 6 pixel, min w 110 pixel. Then in this button, let's have a span with the text of login. And it also has some classes. mx4, font medium, text 15 pixel. And this makes sense, yeah? Because if we don't have any user in our global store, it basically means we are not logged in. So we want to show the login button. Now below this closing curly bracket, let's have another div with class name of flex item center. And in this div, let's render two React items with a color of basically black, yeah, bs fill send fill and bi message detail. Then below this second React icon, let's have another div with a class name of relative. In here, let's have a button with a class name of empty1 and an on-click handler, yeah, which runs set show menu, and it sets the value to the opposite of what it is currently. So if it's true, it sets it to false. If it is false, it sets it to true. All right, let's close this button. And in here, let's render an image. This image has a class name of rounded full, meaning it's round, a width of 33. And in this button tag, let's render an image, yeah, with a class name of rounded full, a width of 33. And for the case that we don't have a user, we can't render his profile picture, so we need to render a default one. And maybe we can use it like this. I'm not sure if this URL works. We will see in a bit. And if there's a user, then we can say user.image. And if the user has an image, then we can render his image, user.image. All right, let's close it by using a closing curly bracket. And then let's make this image self-closing. And here's our image, yeah? This URL seems to be working. All right, now below this closing button tag, let's have a div with the ID of pop-up menu. This div has also some classes. Yeah, absolute, BG white, rounded, LG, PY 1.5, W 200 pixel, shadow XL, border, top 43 pixel, and then minus right 2. In this div, let's render a link. This link has an onClick handler, which executes setShowMenu. We pass in the opposite value of what it is currently. And then also this link has a toProperty, which goes to a specific user profile, yeah? So it goes to profile, and then we make use of the user ID here. Then in this link, let's also have a React icon. BS fill person fill, size is 20, it's basically black. And then also let's have a span with a class name of font semibold text sm, and then in there profile. And then below this closing link tag, let's have another code block. And here we check whether we have a user ID. If we have a user ID, it means we are logged in. And this is why we want to show logout, yeah? And here we have a div with onClick of handle logout. It has also some class names: block px4, py2, textsm, textgray 700, hover bggray 100, and hover textgray 900. And then also a React icon, gr logout size 20, color black, and a span with font semibold textsm logout. And with that, what you see here is we have a beautiful menu here, yeah? Which looks fantastic. Now let's create our site nav, but before we do this, let's create another component. Menu item.tsx rfce. And what we do here is we will make use of a few React icons. Yeah, icon type from React icons, AI fill home from React icons AI, BG group from React icons BI, and RI lifeline from React icons RI. Let's define an interface here, icon component props, and let's say const menu item is equal to an arrow function. And here as type we say React functional component, and we pass in the icon component props. So here in the parentheses, let's add curly brackets, and then we pass in our destructured props. Yeah, oops. Icon string, color string, and size string. Let's create a variable icon. Oh, oops, sorry. We have to do it here. Let's create a variable icon, yeah, which is of type icon type, or null, yeah. And initially it's null. And now we will have a few if checks. And dependent on what icon string is, yeah, it can be one of these three, we will assign a different React icon to this variable icon. Now here in our JSX, let's put some classes on this outer div. Here let's say W full flex item center hover BG gray 100 P 2.5 rounded MD. Then let's have another div in there with the following classes: flex item center LG MX0 MX auto. And now for the case that icon is null, let's render the icon. Yeah, let's give it a specific color, yeah, which is stored in color string. And then let's also give it a specific size, yeah. We can take this size string and turn it into an integer by using parseInt. And then down below this icon, let's have a span, which renders the icon string, so one of these three. And it has also some classes. So what are the classes? LG block, then hidden, PL9PX, MT0.5, font semi-bold, text 17 pixel, and then text, and here we pass in the color string, yeah. And now I would say, for further functionality of the site nav, let's go to the backend, because in the sidebar we want to show some suggested profiles, so to speak. So we need to be able to get the users from the backend. So let's go to our backend and implement that. Let's go to our user service. Let's perform dependency injection here, yeah, by making use of the constructor. Let's pass in our Prisma service. And then we have one function here at the moment, get users, yeah, which simply returns many users, yeah, or all users, so to speak. We simplify it a bit. We could also get random users or something like this, but yeah, we leave it like this. And now let's go to our user resolver. And here we will add a query, which returns an array of user. Let's import user, which is our user model. Yeah, and then we make use of our user service get users. And here we still have an error. And it is because I need to save user.service.ts. And we are good here. Now on our front end, we need to create a new query. So we go to GraphQL queries. And in here, let's create a query named get users. Get users. And this query looks like this. Yeah. We get multiple users, and for each user, we can decide what we want to get. Yeah, in this case, we get these fields. Now, we also need to update our types here, yeah? Because here in GQL, GraphQL.ts, we don't have the current types, yeah, from our backend. So we need to run npm GraphQL Codegen again. And this does not work. I always forget it. Do I need to run npx? Yeah, I think I need to run npx. Yeah. We need to run this. And now let's go back to our site nav. In our site nav, let's import a few things. Let's import use location and link from React Router DOM. Let's import our menu item. let's import use query from Apollo client. And let's import get users. And by the way, I just forgot to create one more component. We need to create menu item follow.tsx. Here we use AI outline check as React icon. Here we will expect a user as props, which is of type user. We have to import user. We can use GQL GraphQL like so. In here, let's have a div. This div has the following classes: flex item center, hover bg gray 100, rounded md, w full, py 1.5, and then px2. In here, we will render an image with the following classes: rounded full, lg, mx0, and then mx auto. Width is 35. And then for the case that the user has an image, we want to render this image. Otherwise, we render a default image from this URL. Let's make this image tag self-closing. Down below, let's have another div. This div has the following classes: lg pl 2.5, lg block, and hidden. Then another div in there with flex item center. In this div, let's have another div with the text of username and classes of font bold, text 14 pixel. Down below, let's have another div with the React icon of AI outline check and as color white and class name relative. Size 15, and the div has also some classes: ml1, rounded full, bg, 58, d5, ec, h, 14 pixel, and relative. And then after these two closing divs, let's have another div with the following classes: font light, text 12 pixel, text gray 600. And in this div, we render the user.fullname. And then, of course, here we need to make use of return, and we need to export it like so. Okay, now let's go back to our site nav. In here, let's make use of the use query hook. Let's pass in get users. We don't need to provide any variables or so. And then we get back our data. Let's also have some local state by using useState. And here we have show all users and set show all users. And by default, we want to show only 3 users, So we take all the users and just get 3 of them. And now let's go to our JSX. Let's give this outer div an ID of site nav main or site nav just. Also, let's make sure that we can render some classes dynamically. So what we have here, for the case that the path name is equal to /, we want to have lgw 310 pixel. Otherwise, we want to have lgw 220 pixel. And then also some default classes here: fixed, z20, bg white, pt 70 pixel, h full, lg border, r0, border r, and overflow auto. Then in this div, let's have another div with the following classes: lg w full, w 55 pixel, mx auto. Let's close this div. In there, let's have a link pointing to /. Let's close this link. And in here we have a menu item. And we pass in the expected props, like so. Also, below this closing link tag, let's have another menu item, like so. And then one more. like so. And now you can see our beautiful looking sidebar here. And on large screens, we also see some text here, yeah? Now below this last menu item, let's have a div, which is self-closing, and it has the classes of border B, LG, ML2, MT2. And then down below, let's have another div with the text of suggested accounts and classes of LG block, hidden, text XS, text gray 600, font semibold, PT4, and PB2 and PX2. Then below this suggested accounts div, let's have another div with classes of LG hidden, block PT3. And then below the self-closing div, let's have a UL. And in here we map over the displayed users. And we render a menu item follow for each of the users. And maybe we can rename this thing here. Yeah. So we can rename it to suggested. Makes more sense. Suggested. And also we need to go in there, replace it. No, let's import it. And I think we need to type displayed users. So here we could say it is of type user and then array. And here you see that our users are being rendered. Yeah, currently we have 2 users here because that's all what we have in our database currently. Now below this closing UL tag, let's have our button with an on-click handler which executes set show all users. Yeah. And then also this button has a few classes: LG block, hidden, text, F0, 2C, 56, PT, 1.5, PL2, text 13 pixel. Now let's make sure that we are able to close this thing here. Yeah. And for that, let's go to app.tsx. And all we have to do here is we need to get access to is login open. Yeah. We need to import our use general store. And then we can conditionally render this bad boy here like so. Yeah. And we don't see it now, which is correct. Let's see whether we can log out or not. So let's try to log out, which works. Successfully logged out. And we are back here on our sign up modal. And here we see we have now access, yeah, because we are logged out. Let's try to log in. All right. Wait, did this work? Let's try to log in again. Okay, this did not work, huh? Why did this not work? Yeah, because here our user is still empty, huh? That's strange. So let's go back to our login component. And let's do console.log of data login user, like so here, yeah? On line 40 or something like this. And let's see what we get here. Okay, we get undefined. Why is it? Data login user. Interesting, huh? This should be alright. Let's try out only data here. It's also undefined. Interesting. And maybe let's try something different here in our handle login. Yeah, so what we could try is, let's say const response is equal to await login user. And then And now here where we set the user in our global store, let's use response.data. Yeah, like so. Okay, interesting. Still not working. So let's try it differently. Let's take the content of this catch block here. Or maybe we can leave it like this. Let's cut this response here. Let's create try. And then we have our catch here. And in our try block, let's have our response. And then also we take this content here and place it down below this response. Let's get rid of this. And here it is important that we use the right arrow object. We don't need to use it from here. And here we have arrow. Or maybe we rename it here, arrow. I think no, we have to name it like this. And so we have to rename it here. And maybe we need to check if error. Alright, here we have a couple of errors still, so what's wrong here? That user, maybe let's try out to add response data login user. Here we get a problem. Of course, completely wrong here. My God, my God, my God. And let's only do it if response is not undefined. All right, response data, question mark, login. All right, response, and let's also say and response dot data, like so, yeah. Okay, and now we have still problems here with our error, huh? Let's try to not use this error, but the error from above, from our hook. All right, here we get a problem. And I'm not quite sure why we get this error here. So we can cast it as string. And let's also check for error. Error. And then also here, else if error. Now let's try it out again. And it worked beautifully. Yeah. So here you see we have our user in our global state. Yeah. And we are logged in. And we can even log out, like so. Let's log in again. Here you see I forgot something. This must have a cursor pointer. Yeah. So let's try to fix this little problem. Let's go to our top nav. Let's look for logout. Where was it? Logout. Oh, top nav. Top nav, logout. And this thing needs to have a cursor pointer. Yeah, beautiful. I think this is fine. And also when clicking on one of these, we should go to profile and then the ID, but this is not working. Let's see why. Strange. Why is this not working? Let's go to our menu item suggested. Okay, we don't have any link here, huh? So maybe we can wrap these in a link. Yeah. So let's go to our top nav. No, I mean side nav. Let's go to our URL. And maybe we can wrap this item here in a link, which goes to profile and then the user ID, like so. Let's close this link tag, wrap it around this menu item suggested, and let's try it out. All right, this works now. Yeah, we can leave it like this. And now I would say let's implement the functionality for making posts with videos. All right, let's go. For that, let's create another component. Upload error.tsx. And this upload error component expects an error type as props, which is of type string or null, like so. And then we have some local state here, error and set error. Initially, we have an empty string. And now we make use of use effect. Let's import it. And here, based on the error type, yeah, it can be either captioned by your file or default, yeah. We set the error, which is just a string, yeah, to either this, or an empty string, yeah. And we run this use effect every time the error type or error changes, yeah. And of course, let's grab this return statement here and put it down below. Let's add some classes to this outer div. Here we add W 100%, relative, flex, justify center. Then let's have another div in here. And this div will render some dynamic classes and some default ones. So here again, curly brackets and then square brackets. And here we have default classes such as absolute, top 6, Z50, MX auto, BG black, text white, BG opacity 70, PX 14, PY 3, and rounded SM. And then in this div, we render the error, which is one of these, yeah? And now we can start working on our upload page, which is this one here. Let's go to upload. Yeah. First of all, let's import a bunch of stuff. We need React and use effect from React. And I forgot something. We need to create another layout. Upload layout. Let's do it. Upload layout.tsx. And I just pasted in. It's not very difficult to understand. Here again, we render our children, and then we only render the top nav. Yeah. And also we have some classes here. Yeah, the first outer div has a BG of white, age 100 VH. And then the second div here below this top nav has flex, justify between, MX auto, W full, PX2, max W 1140 pixel. And now let's go back to our upload page. Let's keep going with our imports. Let's import 3 React icons. Yeah. fi upload cloud, yeah, from React icons fi, io checkmark done circle outline from React icons io5, I think, yeah, io5, and then gi box cutter, yeah, from React icons gi. Then also let's import our upload error. And now we also need to create a new mutation, yeah, named create post mutation. Here it is. And then also we need our use mutation hook from Apollo client. So let's go to mutations. Where are we? Here, mutations. And then create post. Create post.ts. And it looks like this. Yeah. We are expecting a parameter video, which is of type upload. And we must use this upload type in order to send files. This is important. And once we created the post, then we return the post ID, the text, and the video. Alright, now after being done with the imports, let's create a file ref. Yeah, which looks like this. We are using useRef, and it is an HTML input element, like so. And here we get an error. Why is it? Of course, we need to have it inside our component. Yeah, hooks can only be used inside components. Then let's have a handle file changed. Yeah, this expects an event of type React change event. Yeah, and change event coming from an HTML input element. And then we basically display the image. And for this, we use this state setter. Yeah, and then we use the standard browser API. And then also we take the file and set the file data, so to speak. Yeah, this is all we are doing here. Let's also have show and set show. Let's have a file and set file. Or maybe I think we don't need this one here. Let's have another one here. File data and set file data, yeah, of type file or null. Let's have errors and set errors, which is an array of strings. Let's have, I'm not sure whether we need this one, but let's add it. Yeah, is uploading and set is uploading. And here we have our create post. And here we make use of use mutation again. Yeah, we use create post. Here we get our create post function. And then here we can provide the variables that we want to send to our backend, which is text and video. Yeah. And I think I need to import this mutation, huh? Yep. Here we have an error again. I don't know why. Maybe I say as string or as string array. And now whenever we click on the upload button, we have another function here, handle create post. And in here we basically set is uploading to true. And then we call create post, which is this thing here. After it, we set is uploading to false, which makes sense. And then we set show to true, and we clear the video. Yeah, we have to create this one here. Now we also want to be able to drop in a video file on the input. And for that, let's create a function called onDrop. And here it has access to the event as well. which is of type drag event, yeah, for an HTML label element. First of all, we always set the error type to null. And I think we have to create this one as well. And okay. We need both here, I think, yeah? So let's add const file and set file like so. Yeah, now we can set it here. And then here we check whether the extension is MP4, yeah? So we basically perform a split operation, yeah? So we split after the dot, yeah? Meaning if we have something like example.mp4, then we split it and we use pop here, yeah? And by using pop, we get mp4, for example, in this extension variable, yeah? And if it is not mp4, then we want to set the error type to file, yeah? And so we will show a specific error for files. And then we do an early return. And then also we want to display the video after we have been dropping it. Yeah, so here we use set file display, our local state, and we use the standard browser API here for that. And yep, with that we are done with the onDrop function. Let's also create some other ones. Clear video, which looks like this. We set the file to null, and also we set file display to undefined. Yeah, and let's also have some other local states. Let's have error type and set error type, which is either string or null. Let's also have file display and set file display. And with that, we are good. Let's have another function, discard. Here again, we set file to null, set file display to undefined, and set caption to an empty string. Okay, let's also create caption and set caption, which is of type string, like so, yeah. We also need this one. And then also let's make use of use effect here. So what are we doing here in our use effect? We want to run the thing every time the error type or the caption changes. Yeah. And here, for the case that the caption length is 150 characters, then we want to set the error type to caption. Yeah. This is what we are doing here, because we do not want to allow the user to write more than 150 characters. Yeah. And otherwise, yeah, we don't want to set any error type, so we set it to null, and we are good to go. Alright, now let's start to write some JSX in our upload.tsx. But before we do so, we have a problem here. So let's grab this one here, this line, yeah, caption, set caption, and just put it at the start. So we get rid of this error here. There you go. And now let's jump to our JSX. First of all, let's wrap this in a fragment, like so. Then let's add our upload error, like so. As prop, we add our error type. Down below, we wrap everything in our upload layout. And now let's give this div here a few classes. W full, MT 80 pixel, MB 40 pixel, BG white, shadow LG, rounded MD, PY6, MD PX10, PX4. Now in here, let's have another div. And in this div here, in this inner div, let's add another div with the classes of text 23 pixel, font semi-bold, and a text of upload video. Down below this div, let's add another one with the classes of text gray 400, mt1, and a text of post a video to your account. There you go, here we see it. Now after the two closing divs here, let's have another div. This div has the following classes: mt8, mdflex, gap6. And in this div, let's have a label with the on drag over event handler with and in this div, let's have a label with on drag over. And basically what we do here is we have a function which gets the event, and then we simply say e.preventDefault. That's important because otherwise we get a problem. Yeah, it does not work as expected, so we need to do this. And then also on drag enter, we need to do the same as well. And then on drop, here we can call our on drop function. Yeah? Then HTML4 is file input. And maybe let me close it for you so we get rid of this error. Let's also add a few classes. So here we have MD, MX0, MX Auto, MT4, MB6, Flex Call, Item Center, Justify Center, W full, Max W 260 pixel, H 470 pixel, Text Center P3, Border 2, Border Dashed, Border Gray 300, Rounded LG, Hover BG Gray 100, and Cursor Pointer. Now in here, let's have a React icon with size of 50 and color of B3, B3, B1. Below this, let's have another div with the text of select a video to upload and the classes of mt4 text 17 pixel. Then below this, let's have another div with classes of mt 1.5, text gray 500, text 13 pixel, and a text of or drag and drop a file. Below it, let's have another div with the classes of mt12, text gray 400, text sm, and a text of mp4. Then again below this, let's have another div with the classes of mt2, text gray 400, text 13 pixel, and a text of up to 30 minutes. Now let's have another div below it with the classes of mt2, text gray 400, text 13 pixel, and a text of less than 2. Then again another div below it with the following classes: px2, py 1.5, mt8, text white, text 15 pixel, w 80%, bg, f0, 2c, 5.6, and rounded sm. Now below this div, let's have an input. This input has a ref of file ref. The type is file. The ID is file input. Class name is hidden. And it only accepts MP4. And then it has an onChange handler of handle file change. And this is how it looks like. Yeah, pretty beautiful, I would say. Now below this closing label tag, let's have a fragment. In this fragment, let's have a div. This div has again a few classes. Oops. And the classes are MD, MX0, MX Auto, MT4, MD, MB12, MB16, Flex, Item Center, Justify Center, W full, max W 260 pixel, H 540 pixel, P3 rounded, 2XL, cursor pointer, and relative. In this div, let's have another div which is self-closing, and it has the classes BG black, H full, W full, and below we will have an image with classes of absolute, Z20, pointer events none, and then a source of mobile case, yeah. And all our images are in source assets and then images here, right? And then we have mobile case, which is this beautiful thing here. Below this image, let's have another image. This image has classes of absolute, right 4, bottom 6, Z20, and it has a width of 90, and a source of TikTok logo white PNG. Yeah, source assets, images, TikTok logo white PNG. Here it is, looking beautiful. Now below this, let's have a video. Yeah, with autoplay set to true, loop is true, muted is true, and the classes are absolute, rounded XL, object cover, Z10, P13 pixel, W full, H full, and a source of file display, like so. And now let's try to upload a video. And you see it immediately here, yeah, looking very beautiful. Alright, cool. Now let's keep going. Below this closing video tag here, let's have another div. This div has the classes of absolute, minus bottom 12, flex, item center, justify between, border gray 300, W full, P2, border rounded XL, and Z50. In this div, let's have another div. This div has the classes of flex, items between, and truncate. Then we have a React icon here. IO checkmark done circle outline, size of 16, and classes are just min W 16 pixel. Down below, let's have another div with classes of text 11 pixel, PL1, truncate, text ellipsis, and then in here we render file data dot name. Now after two closing divs, let's have a button with on-click of clear video and classes of text 11 pixel, ML4, font semi-bold, and a text of change, like so. Now below this button and the two closing divs, let's have another div with classes of MT4, MB6, In here, let's have a div with classes of flex, bg, f8, 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 py4, px6. Then we have a React icon in there, gi box cutter, with a class of mr4 and size is 20. Below this React icon, let's have another div. This div contains two other divs, one being a div with text semibold, text 15 pixel, MB 1.5, and a text of divide videos and edit. And the other one being a div with class name of text semibold, text 13 pixel, text gray 400, and then a text of you can quickly divide videos into multiple clips and edit them. Now, after two closing divs here, let's have another div. And in there, let's have a button. This div has the classes of flex, justify end, max W 130 pixel, W full, H full, text center, MY auto. And then the button inside has the classes of px8, py 1.5, text wide, text 15 pixel, bg, f0, 2c, 5.6 and rounded SM, and then the text of the button is added. Now below two closing divs, let's have another div with a class of empty5. This div has another div inside with a text of caption and classes of mb1, text 15 pixel. Then it has another one inside, rendering caption.length, and classes are text gray 400, text 12 pixel. Now after two closing divs, let's have an input. This input has an on-change handler of setCaption, accepting e.target.value. It has a max length of 150 characters and classes of W full, border, P2.5, rounded MD, focus outline none. And then after this closing div, let's have another div with two classes, flex, GP3. And below this closing div, let's have another div with classes of flex and gap3. In there, let's have a button with the on-click handler of discard, classes px10, py 2.5, mt8, border, text 16 pixel, hover bg gray 100, and rounded SM. Let's also have a button for posting. It has a text of post, an on-click handler of handle create post, and classes of px10, py 2.5, mt8, border, text 16 pixel, text wide, bg f0, 2c 5.6, and rounded SM. And with that, we have all the UI elements here. And you can see we have a little counter here counting all the characters, working perfectly. We can actually select a video and display it immediately, which works fine. And now here are still some issues, when looking at it here on a large screen. And the reason being, I made a little mistake. When going to this div here, the div with classes of MT4, MB6, this should wrap everything in here, So we need to go down below here, and it should be somewhere here, like so. And now it looks much better, right? Now let's render some things conditionally. And why we will do this, you will see in a bit, because it does not make sense to display both of these elements at the same time. So let's go to the div with classes of MT8 MD flex. Yeah, it's around somewhere line 103. And here let's say we want to conditionally show this label element if file display is undefined. Yeah, here we make use of ternary operator. Let's take this closing curly bracket. Let's go down, all the way down, and put it before the second closing div here. Yeah, after this fragment, like so. All right, now let's go up again. And now, yeah, let's go to the closing label tag here. After it, we will make colon, like so, yeah? And now we only show this one for the case that we have nothing to display. If we choose something, we see it like this, yeah? And also you see everything works as expected here. We can click discard. We can also click change, which clears the video. And with that in place, we have to go to our backend. And now we implemented the front-end functionality for uploading videos. Now we have to go to our backend and implement the backend logic there, because at the moment we are not able to upload a video to our backend. Yeah, because when clicking here, nothing happens. So let's work on our backend next. Alright, on our backend we need to install a few dependencies. npm I, and then we need to install GraphQL upload. But it is important to install a specific version, otherwise you get errors. Yeah, so please take this version 14.0.0, and then also you have to install GraphQL upload TS, and here's the version 2.06. Yeah, like so. Let's hit enter. Also, we need to install Malta, yeah, for handling files in NestJS. npm I Malta. And I think we should be fine for now. Now let's type nest generate module post. Let's also generate a service and a resolver. Now let's go to our post module. Let's create a new file, post.type.ts. And in here we will have two types. The first being a post type, like so. And we have to import user. And also we have to import the like type. But we need to create this one as well. And then also we need to import object type, field, and int from NestJS GraphQL. And what you can see here, we have some fields that are required and some fields are optional. But here you see this does not make sense. A user is not optional because it must have a user. Every post must have a user. So this was wrong. But likes are optional, yeah? Because they are nullable, a post can have 0 likes, which is totally fine. Also, let's have another type. Let's have post details, yeah? Which is basically all of this. But it has one more field, which is other post IDs, which is an array of numbers. And that's it. Now I would say let's create the like module as well. So let's say nest generate like, and then we generate a like resolver and a like service. Now let's go to our like module. Let's create a new file, like.type.ts. And in here we have this, yeah, a like has an ID, a user ID, yeah, because it belongs to a user, but it also belongs to a post. And that's it. Let's go to our post type again. And here we have to rename this to like type. And we are fine. Now let me just close all these tabs here. Now let's go to our post service and start implementing it. Here we need to import a few things. Let's import bad request exception and not found exception here from NestJS common. Let's import our Prisma service. Let's import Post and Prisma from Prisma client. Let's import this storage from Malta. Let's import ext name from path. Create write stream from fs. And let's import post details and post type from post type. Let's make use of dependency injection so we can use our Prisma service. And now we can start to implement our first method, which is async save video. As argument, it accepts a video. And this video is of type create read stream, which is a function, file name, which is a string, and mime type, which is a string as well. And then this thing returns a promise, which is a string. And then, first of all, we want to make sure that the video has an MP4 format. And here we check whether we have a video or if video mime type has MP4 in it. Yeah. And if this is not the case for one of these two, then we throw a bad request exception and we are done with it. Yeah. Otherwise, if we pass this block of code, we know there's a video and we can construct a video name. Here we choose the date and then we use the extension name like so. Then let's construct the video path, yeah, which is simply this here. And then we can construct the video path by just adding files to the video name. Let's create a stream by calling create read stream on the video. Then let's construct an output path, which is public video path. Let's create a write stream like so. And let's pipe the read stream into the write stream, so to speak. Yeah. And then we can simply say return video path like so. And here's a curly bracket missing. And what's wrong here? Async. And it might be even better to add one more block of code here above return video path, which is this. And what this does is basically, when the stream has ended, we know it was successful, so we can resolve the promise. Otherwise, if there's an error, we can reject it. And this allows us to implement robust error handling. And we can use, for example, a try and catch block to get any errors. Yeah. So this is always good practice to have this in place. Next, let's create another function, async, create post, which takes data, which is of type create post DTO. And we have to create this one. And it returns a promise promise post. And here we say return await this Prisma post create, and we pass in the data. Now let's create a create post.dto.ts. And here we can create our post DTO. We can use a bunch of decorators, yeah, for checking a few things. And here we say it must be an int and it's not allowed to be empty and so on. And here we can say each post must contain a video. So let's get rid of this question mark here. Can get rid of is optional. And this should be fine. Now let's import this. Wait, post DTO. And we're good. Let's also implement a few other methods. Async get post by ID, which takes an ID, which is of type number, and it will return post details in the future. Here, let's make use of try and catch. Since the ID is unique by default, we can use find unique, which returns a single post. And we can say include. We want to have the user included, the likes, and the comments. Yeah? All these are related models. And then also, we want to have all the post IDs of the user, so to speak. Yeah. So all the post IDs of the posts that the user has posted. And we can do it with this block of code here. So we use find many to get all the posts, yeah, with a specific user ID here. And then we say select, we want only to get the ID, yeah. So this will be an array of IDs which are of type number. And then we can return an object consisting of the post as well as of other post IDs. And here what we are doing is we are creating a new array because we are using map here. And we just get the ID, yeah, because this here would contain multiple posts, yeah, where each post has only an ID, but we don't want this to be an object, yeah. So we can get rid of this. So we access post.id, and this is what we return. So we basically have just an array of numbers. And then for the case that we get an error, we can return a not found exception, and we pass in error.message. And this must be. Then let's have another method, get posts, which gets us all the posts. And since we are using pagination, we need skip and take. And this returns an array of post type. And here we say return await this Prisma post find many. And we provide skip and take, yeah, for pagination, and we include the related models. So the user is populated likes and comments as well. And then we order it by created at descending, yeah. So the newer posts come first. Then also let's have another method, get posts by user ID. Yeah, we specify a user ID and we return an array of post type. And here we simply need the user. Let's create another method, async delete post. It takes a post ID and it returns nothing. We get the post, and then let's create a try and catch block, like so. Here let's get access to fs, yeah, by dynamically importing it. And then we just delete the video. And also in our database, we delete it. like so, yeah? So we need to delete the actual video file, but we also need to delete our post. And maybe we can take this one here and put it down below, like so. And by that, I think we are done with our post service. Let's close it. Let's go to our post resolver. In here, let's make use of dependency injection. We need our post service. Let's import it like so. We also need mutation here. Let's import mutation. And we need our post type. And the mutation we want to create is create post, like so. Create post needs access to the context, which contains request. And we need request to get the user ID of the logged in user. This is very important. But at the moment, there is no user ID on the request object. We still need to implement something, and we will get there soon. So yeah, bear with me. And yeah, also here as args, we expect a video, which is of type GraphQL upload. We need to import this as well. And also we need to import this args decorator from NestJS GraphQL. And then also as args, we expect a text, which is a string. And yeah, let's import context. Import GraphQL upload from GraphQL upload. And actually, this is a little bit buggy. We need to make this differently. We need to say import star as and then GraphQL upload from GraphQL upload / GraphQL upload.js, like so. And then also let's import a few other things. We need to import request from Express. We need to import our Prisma client. We need to import post details and post type from post type. We need to import use guards from NestJS common. And we need to import GraphQL auth guard. And this one is what we need to create. And only by implementing this guard, we will have access to the user ID on the request object. And this is very important. So by implementing the logic with this GraphQL auth guard, we're making sure that only logged in users can create a post. Yeah? So let's go to our auth module and create a new file. GraphQL auth guard.ts. Here we need to import can activate, execution context, injectable, and unauthorized exception. We need to import JWT service from NestJS JWT, config service, and request from Express. All right, let's mark it as injectable. Let's create a GraphQL auth guard, which implements can activate. Then we have some dependency injection here. We use our constructor, JWT service and config service. And now we get an error here because it says we need to implement can activate. Yeah, because it implements this interface here. Yeah, so we need to make sure that we have a can activate method. And this can activate method looks like this. It takes in a context of type execution context and it simply returns a boolean. Here we need to get the GQL context, GraphQL context, by using context and then get arg by index tool. And then we can get the request object by saying GQL context.request. And this request is of type express request. And then we can get our token. But for this, we need to implement this method here, which we currently do not have. And then for the case that there's no token, we know something went wrong and the user is unauthorized. So let's throw an unauthorized exception, yeah? Otherwise, yeah, if we pass this block of code, we know everything is fine. And we can try to get the payload from the token, yeah? So what we can do here in this try block, we can use our JWT service and then verify async. We can pass in our token and a secret, yeah? And the secret is defined in our env variable, which we can access using config service here, yeah? In our env file, we have these two here. And yeah. And now, after this block of code, let's assign a user object to the request object, yeah? By doing it like this. And now we have an actual user on the request object. And this is important, yeah? And this is implemented by using a guard in NestJS, yeah? And for the case that we have an error, let's say catch error, we throw a new unauthorized exception as well, yeah? And what did I do here? Curly brackets. Now let's implement extract token from cookie, which is a short method and it looks like this. It takes in the request and it returns either a string or undefined. And here we simply return request cookies access token, yeah? And we can access the token under access token because in our service we named it like this, yeah? And okay, here we still get an error because the return type of can activate is wrong, yeah? It must return a boolean. Currently we are not returning a boolean. So we need to make sure for the case that everything has worked, this returns true, yeah? So maybe after this try and catch block, we just can say return true, yeah? Otherwise, you know, if something like this happened, yeah, the execution of this function would end. We would make an early return and we would never reach this, yeah? But if everything went fine, we return true, yeah? All right, let's jump back to our post resolver. Now we can actually, above this mutation decorator, say use guards, and we can pass in our GraphQL auth guard. Now in here, we can actually get the user ID, accessing the context request, then the user, and then sub, yeah? One more thing though, we get an error here now, because TypeScript does not know that there's a user property on the request object. So let's fix this. Under source, let's create a new file, types.d.ts. We already have this. Yeah, I created it already, yeah. But nothing is inside, and here we need to put in this, yeah. Under the express namespace, we change the request type here. We say it can have a user with these properties, username and sub, yeah? And sub is basically the ID. Okay. Now after this user ID, we can get the video path, yeah? And as you know, save video returns the video path. So firstly, we save the video. And then we create the post. Like so, yeah? And here we say user, and then we need to make use of connect, yeah? So we are basically connecting a user with this post. Yeah, this is how you do it, and you need to pass in the user ID. Next, let's construct the post data, which looks like this. Next, let's construct the post data that we need to create a post. You see, it has a text, a video, which is just the video path, which is a string, and then the user ID here. Yeah, and then we can call return await this post service, create post, and we pass in the post data. And maybe, sorry, I'm wrong here. This is not correct. We need to change this to user ID. Yeah, like so. And this should work out. Yeah, we don't need to construct it with connect and something like this, because in create post. Okay, let's create a query which returns post details. And in here, we need to have access to the ID as argument. And then we get a post by its ID. Yeah, we need to import query from NestJS GraphQL. Yeah. Next, another query. We want to get all posts. And here we need to import int. Yeah. And as arguments, we expect skip and take from the front end, which are both numbers. And then we call get posts in our post service. Yeah. And we pass in skip and take. Then we have another mutation, delete post. Yeah. It expects a post ID. We pass it in to delete post from our post service, and we are done. Then we also want to get all the posts of a specific user. Yeah, so here we need the user ID, and we can pass it to our get posts by user ID method from our post service. And we are done with it. Yeah. And now let's go back to our front end. All right, let's see what happens. We select a file. We write some text. I just open up the network tab. Let's hit post. And this did not work. All right, what we get? Create operation name. Okay. All right, and the reason why this did not work here is we have a couple of errors. Yeah, on the backend side here. So let's try to fix them. Let's go to our post resolver. We have some duplicate imports. Yeah, let's get rid of this one. And then also on line 9, this is not correct. Yeah, the path is not correct. Let's fix this. And now we are fine. Yeah, no, there's another error. Okay. Okay, let's go to our post module. And here in providers, we need our Prisma service. Like so. And we also need JWT service, config service. And now we are good. Let's go back to our front end and let's try again. Yeah. Maybe I refresh. All right, still an error. All right, I ran into a bunch of issues, but finally it's working. Yeah, we can upload videos and store posts. Yeah, if you look, you see that we get back the data, we get back the video file path, and also you can see that the files are actually being stored here. Yeah. If you think so, please make sure that you have a public directory with a files folder in it. Yeah, you need to create them manually. And then also, please make sure that in your main.ts that you are importing GraphQL upload express. Yeah. like so. This is very important. Yeah, you need to import it from here, GraphQL upload, and then slash GraphQL upload express.js. This is important. And then you need to use this thing here. For example, in here, yeah? After use cookie parser, you need to make use of app.use. You need to pass it in. You have to specify a max file size and max files. We could also make it to just one. This would make more sense. And then you are good to go. Yeah, then it works. And now one thing, we actually want to display our posts, right? So let's work on it now. We need to create a few other components. Yeah, we need to create a post component, yeah, of a single post. Yeah, then we can actually display them here in our feed. But we will also create a different post component for our profile here, yeah? We want to display all the posts of a specific user. So this is what we will be doing next. So stay tuned and thank you so much for watching, and yeah, let's keep going. Alright, now that we are able to create posts, let's work on the functionality for showing them here on our beautiful feed, yeah? So for that, we need to create a new component. Let's name it post feed.tsx rfce. And in here we need to import a few things. Let's import useEffect and useRef from React. Let's import a few React icons. BS music not beamed, yeah, from React icons BS. AI fill hot from React icons AI. IO chat bubble ellipses from React icons IO5. IO iOS share alt from React icons IO. Let's import our post type. Let's import a link from React Router DOM. Let's import use query. And I think we are good. Yeah, or maybe we don't need this one. Or maybe this one we don't need yet. One more thing though, since we are using a post type here, if you don't have this one yet, yeah, please make sure to run npx GraphQL Codegen again, yeah, because we updated our backend, so we need to update our front end as well, and we need to get all the types from our backend. So always make sure every time you change your backend and front end that you run this. Now this post feed expects a post which is of type post type. And then let's create a video ref, yeah, by using useRef, and here we specify the type HTML video element. And then after the component has been rendered, yeah, then we start playing the video right away, yeah, so it will start automatically. And that's it. Now let's give this div here in the JSX an ID of post feed and also a class of flex border bpy6. Then in this div, let's have a div with the class name of cursor pointer. In here, let's have an image, the class name of a rounded full and max age 60 pixel. And this image is self-closing. And now I would say, before we keep going here, it makes sense to display something here, yeah? And for this to work, first of all, let's go to our queries here and let's create a new one. Get posts.ts. And in here we have something that looks like this. Yeah. We are making use of skip and take here. They are both integers. And then we return for each post the ID, text, and video. But then also we return the user, yeah, with these fields, and also the likes, yeah, with these fields. And we are good with this one. Now, for actually displaying something, let's go to our feed page. And in here, let's import a few things. We need to import use effect. The main layout we have already. We need to import our post feed. We need to import get all posts, but we named it here differently with uppercase G. And how did we name this here? Get all posts, was it correct? Get all posts, yeah. And then also we need our use query hook. Let's create a ref. Load more ref. This is for infinite loading, and how this works you will see in a bit. Let's make use of our use query hook, and use query returns data that we can use. And here we basically say we set skip to 0, yeah, and then take to 2, meaning we always fetch 2 posts, yeah. So we only load 2 more posts, and yeah. So let's keep going. Here, let's create a function, load more posts. Let's have try and catch. And then here in this try block, we make use of fetch more, which is this thing here, yeah? And here you see, initially we set skip to 0 because we want to get all the posts basically. Yeah, we don't want to skip any. But then, after we have fetched 2 posts, we of course want to skip 2, right? We don't want to get them again. And this is why we have data get posts.length here, yeah? And if we have a value for this, for example 2, then we skip 2 because we already have 2 here, yeah? This makes sense, right? And yeah, this is the logic behind it. And this already works, but I think I experienced a bug, yeah, where multiply of the same posts were loaded, which does not make any sense. So what I did was that I implemented an update query as well. And let me show it to you how it looks like. So here you can see I specify an upload query here. And what I basically do is I filter out duplicates. Yeah. So new posts should only contain posts that are not in previous.getPosts. Yeah? And we do it by using this filter function here. And I'm not really sure why we need this. Yeah, maybe we can comment this out and try it out then. And maybe it works, but maybe we get duplicates. Then we need this piece of code here. And here in this catch block, let's just do console.log error. Now let's make use of use effect. And we want to run this effect every time load more posts changes. And since we want to use infinite loading, we need to make use of an intersection observer, like so. And for the case that we are intersecting, then we want to use then we want to load more posts. Yeah. And here we can specify a threshold. And I set it to 1. And then also in our use effect, we can do a little clear up or clean up. And here we say return, and this returns a function. And in here we can say observer.unobserve. Yeah. And I think this threshold specifies how much of this ref needs to be seen in order to load more posts. Yeah, I think this is what threshold is, but I'm not really sure. You can look it up. So yeah, intersection observer is a standard browser API. And yeah, let's keep going. Let's code the JSX. Let's have a div with the following classes: pt80 pixel, wcalc 100% minus 90 pixel, and max w 690 pixel. In here, let's map over get posts from data. And then for each post, let's render a post feed component with the key of post.id, and we pass in the post as props. And down below, we have our load more ref, like so, yeah? And here we can type our post type. Now we still have an error here. I wonder why that is. Yeah, some problem with this type here, it seems like. All right. Yeah, maybe here, yeah, because we are seeing still an error, we need to change this. Let's say HTML div element or null. And then here we can pass in null as default. And this solves the problem. All right, what's going on here? All right, we don't really need the index here. Okay. There you go. And now we see something here already, yeah? We can keep working on our post feed component. Let's give our image a width of 60 pixel. And then also let's specify a source. Like so, okay. And maybe actually we can do it differently. Let's put here curly brackets. And let's say for the case that we have an image on the user object, then we want to show it. Otherwise, we show this placeholder. Like so, yeah? All right, now fix one issue here. You see this? This doesn't really look nice. And the reason being is, in our main layout here, I made a mistake. Let's put a div here. Yeah, right above the site nav. And then let's take the closing tag of this div and put it at the end. Like so. Yeah, and now it's fixed. Looking awesome. Now let's keep going with our post feed. Below this closing div here, let's have a div with the classes of PL3, WFull, PX4. In this div, let's have another div with classes of flex, item center, justify between, PB, point 5. And in this div, let's have a link pointing to profile post user ID. Let's close this link. In this link tag, let's have a span with the text of username. And the span has the classes of font bold, hover underline, cursor pointer. And then also we have another span below, rendering post user full name. And the classes of the span are text 13 pixel, text light, text gray 500, PL1, and cursor pointer. You see it here. Below this closing link tag, let's have a button with classes of border, text 15 pixel, px 21 pixel, py 0.5, border f0 to c56, text f0 to c56, hover bg ff eef2, font semi-bold, and rounded md. There it is. Now below this button div and this other closing div, let's have a div with text 15 pixel, pb 0.5, break words, md, max w 480 pixel, max w 300 pixel. And then with some text, yeah, this is some text. Below, let's have another div. And here we have some hashtags as text. And the classes are text 14 pixel, text gray 500, pb 0.5. Then below this, we have another div containing two React items. Then below this div, let's have another div. And this div has the classes. And this div has the following classes: text 14 pixel, pb 0.5, flex, items center, font semi-bold. And then we make use of BS Music Node Beamed, size 17. Then we have a div below with class name of px1. And then some text in it, original awesome. And below it we have AI fill hard, size 20. Now below this closing div here, let's have another div with empty 2.5 and flex. In there, let's have another div with classes of relative, min age 480, max age 580 pixel, max W 260 pixel, flex item center, BG black, rounded XL. And then in this div we have a video with ref of video. And then we have source here, yeah, where we have our backend URL, the base URL so to speak, and then we use post.video here, yeah. And we add loop and muted. And as classes we add rounded XL, object cover, mx auto, and h full. Alright, and here I was missing a closing div. And now you see that we are beautifully rendering our posts already, yeah? Now below this video tag, let's have an image tag with classes of absolute right 2 and bottom 14, width of 90, and then source assets, images, TikTok logo, white, PNG. There it is. Now below this closing div here, let's have another div with classes of relative, MR 75 pixel. Then in it, let's have another div with classes of absolute, bottom 0, PL2. In this div, let's have a button with class name rounded full, BG gray 200, P2 cursor pointer, and in it AA. And in it we have our React icon, AI fill hard, size 25 and black. And then below this button we have a span with classes of text XS, text gray 800, font semi-bold, and then we render post likes lengths. Yeah? Currently it's 0. Below the span, let's have another button with classes of rounded full, BG gray 200, P2 cursor pointer, and iOS share alt, size 25 black. And below this button, let's have a span again with the same classes as above. And here we render just a number as placeholder. Then below this span, let's have a button with classes of rounded full, bgray 200, p2 cursor pointer. And then here we have IO chat bubble ellipsis, size 25 and color black. And below it we have a span again below this button with classes of text XS, text gray 800, font semi-bold. And currently we don't have the functionality in place, for fetching the comments and stuff like this. So I comment this out here, We will implement it a bit later. Okay, now let's implement the functionality for commenting and liking a post on the backend. So let's jump to our backend. And in here, let's create new modules. And we already have a like module, so we don't need to create this one. But we need a comment module, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, let's create a comment module. Nest generate module comment. Let's generate a comment resolver and a comment service. And now let's jump into our comment module, and there we go to our comment service. Our comment service needs to have access to the Prisma service. So here, again, dependency injection. Let's import Prisma service. Then we will have one method here for getting all the comments of a specific post. So we need the post ID here. And then we make use of Prisma comment find many, where we specify the post ID for a specific post. And then we include the related models, meaning the user and the post will be populated. And we also need to import comment from Prisma client. Then also let's create another method, create comment, which expects data. Here we need to specify a type, which we have to create, and it returns a promise comment, like so. And in here we have basically just one return statement again, returning this Prisma comment create. We put in the data and then we return a comment, and it includes the user and the post. Now let's create a file in the comment module. Comment, or maybe create comment.dto.ts. And this looks like this. We simply have a string as input, coming from the front end, which is. Now let's import it. Create comment. Now, how did I name it? Maybe create comment DTO fits. And in here we have just this. From the front end we expect a text which is of type string. That's all here. Let's copy the name, paste it in here. Let's import it. And of course, this is not correct, because here we also need to specify a post ID and a user ID. Yeah, because every comment belongs to a post and to a user. All right, and now we are fine here. Next, let's implement the delete comment method, which looks like this. We need a comment ID and a user ID. Since the comment ID is unique, we can use find unique, which returns a single comment. And the execution of delete comment is done. Otherwise, we have another if check here. And here we want to make sure that only users who created their posts are the ones that are able to delete it. Yeah, so this is what this check does. And then if we also pass this, then we can be sure that the user is allowed to delete the post. Yeah, and sorry, not. And only after passing these two if checks, we can be sure that we can delete the comment. Alrighty, that's it for the comment service. Now let's head over to the comment resolver. Here let's import a few things. Use guards, args, context, resolver, and query. GraphQL AuthGuard, and here I need to specify the correct path. And here I had a duplicate. Let's import the comment service. Then let's import our comment type. This one is what we still have to create. So let's create a file in comment.type.ts. And I paste something in. And it looks like the following. Yeah, we use object type again for our GraphQL. And then here you see that we have a user model, a post model. And yeah, that's basically it. Yeah. Let's also import mutation from NestJS GraphQL and request from Express. Let's do dependency injection to get access to our comment service. And then here we will have our first query, which looks like this. Get comments by post ID. We just need the post ID. And then we call get comments by post ID in our comment service and pass in the post ID. Next, we implement create comment mutation. And here we need the mutation decorator like so, but also we need to use guards with our GraphQL AuthGuard, because only logged in users should be able to create a comment. And as args, we need the post ID and we need a text coming from the front end. And we also need access to the context, and we also need access to the request object, which is in context. And in here we do return, and we call this comment service create comment. And we put in the text, the user, and the post. But here I get an error. Why is that? Sorry. This is not correct here. Going back to our create comment, you see that we need post ID and user ID. So let's make it correct. So here in our create comment mutation, we simply need to write post ID and user ID like so. And here, of course, we only have sub. This is some kind of convention, sub or ID, it doesn't matter. I actually don't know why you name the sub here on the request object. But yeah, you can also name it ID, it doesn't matter. It's just some convention. And then also let's have another mutation here, which is only for authenticated users. And this mutation deletes a comment. We need the comment ID. And then also we need access to the context, so we can get access to our user ID. And that's it. Now let's see if we get any errors. And of course we always have errors. Let's go to our comment module. And here we need to specify a bunch of providers again. We need to specify Prisma service, JWT service, and config service. Let's import them like so. And now let's start to work on our like module. Let's close all of these. Let's go to our like service. In here we need to import Prisma service from Prisma service. And then we also need to import create like input from create like DTO, or maybe create like DTO. Yeah, let's create this one. Create like .dto.ts, and I just paste it in. It looks like this. Yeah, each like has a post ID and a user ID, meaning a like has to belong to one post and one user. And wait, did I make a mistake here? Like create input. Let's name it create like DTO, like so. Here again we need our Prisma service. So let's make use of our constructor. And then for liking a post, we have a method here like post. And it expects data in the shape of create like DTO. And then we simply call Prisma like create. Yeah, we create a like. Then for unliking a post, let's create unlike post. And we need to make sure that we specify post ID and user ID. And we have to write it like this. And this is important to write it like this, because this is how we say that there's only one combination of post ID and user ID. And I think when going back to our Prisma schema here, we also specified it here in our like, you see, unique, user ID and post ID. So there's only one entry with a specific user ID and post ID. And now we get an error here again. So let's go to our like module and put in all the providers that we need. And these are Prisma service, GraphQL AuthGuard, and config service. Let's import them. Here I need to provide the correct path. And we still have an error. Okay, I think we need to import JWT service as well, huh? JWT service. Yeah, all right. And now let's go to our like resolver. Let's import a few things. Let's import resolver, mutation, args, and context from NestJS GraphQL. Let's import use guards from NestJS common. Let's import our GraphQL AuthGuard, like so. Let's import our like service. Let's import request from Express. Like type from like model or like type. And here we will have two mutations, yeah, for liking and disliking a post. And all these mutations should be only for authenticated users. So what we can do, rather than putting use guards, GraphQL AuthGuard above each mutation, we can also use it here above resolver, like so. And now we will have our first mutation, yeah, which returns a like type, and it looks like this. And of course, we need to make sure that we have access to our like service in here. So let's make use of dependency injection. And here we also need access to the context, because we need user.sub here. This is important. And then we simply call like service.like post here. And the same goes for our unlike post functionality here. Yeah, nothing excited about this. And I can get rid of this use guards here. And that should be the backend implementation for the comment and like functionality. Now let's jump to the front end and start working on our UI for this. Now on our front end, first of all, let's update our queries and mutation folders here. We need to put a few more in here. So here in this mutations folder, let's have a create comment mutation looking like this. Yeah, we want to get back a comment with a populated user field and a post field. And this is possible because you might be remembering on our backend we used include. And include makes sure that we get back populated user and post fields. Yeah. Now let's also have another mutation, delete comment.ts, looking like this. I think we do not really need to return this here. I'm not sure why I'm doing this, but I leave it. Now let's also have a like post.ts, looking like this. We want to get back the ID of the like and the user ID and post ID. Then we have unlike post. And that's it for now in the mutations directory. Now in our queries folder, let's add get comments by post id.ts. Yeah, here we get back our comment populated with user and post. Also, let's have another one here. Get posts by user id.ts. Looking like that. Now we are good here. Now let's work on our post page here. Yeah, which you can reach via post and then post ID here. Yeah, because here in our router you see this route here, which is rendering this post component, so to speak, which is a page. So let's work on that now. Here we need to import a lot of things. First of all, let's import use effect and use state from React. Let's import I'm cross, which is the React icon. Let's import link and use navigate from React Router DOM. Let's also import a few more React icons here. BI chevron up, BI chevron down. Let's import I am spinner 2, also a React icon. Let's import MD outline delete forever, which is also a React icon. Let's import BS music not beamed and BS fill chat dots fill. Also we import AI fill heart and AI fill play circle. Let's import our query get post by ID, looking like this. And do we actually have this? We don't have this here. So we need to still create it. So I forgot to create this one. Let's create it quickly. So query get post by id.ts. And it looks like this. Get post by ID. Let's import use params from React Router DOM as well. And maybe let's grab this and put it up in here because we are already importing from React Router DOM. Let's import our create comment mutation. Get comments by post ID, which is our query. Here we need to make sure that it's uppercase. Here as well. Let's import use mutation and use query from Apollo client. Let's import the delete comment mutation. Uppercase here again. Let's import a type. Get comments by post ID query. And here you see that we currently do not have this type. And why is that? Remember, we were updating our backend. So we have a couple of new mutations and queries and types and so on. So what we need to do here is we need to run npx GraphQL Codegen again, like so. And this should resolve the issue here. Let's keep going. Let's import our post and user store, like so. And also let's import our like and unlike mutations, like so. Now let's use params to extract the post ID from our URL, which is this thing here. Let's have some local state, comment and set comment, which is initially an empty string. Let's get access to navigate by using use navigate. Next, let's make use of use mutation and passing in our create comment mutation. And because we have refetch queries here and get comments by post ID, this data will always be up to date. Yeah, this is the cool thing of Apollo client. So yeah, this is how this works. And we do not need to use this data here, but we are using this one here. You will see in a bit. So yeah, this is working. Data will update here because here we have specified a refetch query, which is this query here down below. Okay. Now let's make use of use mutation again for deleting a comment, which looks like this. Use mutation, delete comment, and in here we will specify an update callback, and here we can destructure data and get out the delete comment, and then we can actually access the ID of the deleted comment, like so. Now we can go into our cache, yeah, by using a read query, and then we can specify the query here. Get comments by post ID. So we get the existing comments in the cache. And what we can do then, we can filter out the deleted comment by using filter, which is an array method. Yeah. So we are saying we want to have all comments in new comments except the one with the ID of deleted comment ID. Yeah? And then we can rewrite our cache, so to speak. We can say cache write query. We have to provide the query again. And then we can say data should be just new comments, yeah, which is this thing here. And new comments contains all comments except the one that has been deleted, yeah? Except the one with the ID of this one here, yeah? Delete comment. Now below, let's have a function, handle delete comment, which takes in the comment ID, and it calls delete comment, which is this function here. Let's also have some local state again. Current post index and set current post index. Yeah, we are calling new state of type number. Initially it's 0. Next, let's have another function, loop through posts up. And here we say, for the case that current post index is equal to data post, get post by ID, other posts IDs, length -1, then we return. Yeah, meaning if we have looped through all IDs and we are at the end of the array, then we can't loop up basically. Yeah, then we are done looping up, so then we will cancel the function execution. Otherwise, we can say set current post ID index to current post ID index plus 1. Yeah. After that, we can access the next post ID by data post ID, get post ID, other post IDs, and we pass in the index. And then we can use this next post ID to navigate to this specific post. And here you see we currently have no access to data post, and this is because I forgot something. So above loop through posts up. Let's have another. Let's make use of useQuery again. And here we will say, and what we are doing here is we are getting the post by ID. And once this query is completed and the data has been loaded, we set is loaded to true. And of course, we also need to create the state for this. So above, let's say is loaded and set is loaded is equal to useState. Initially it's false. Now down below, let's have another function, loop through posts down, which is similar, but instead of incrementing by 1, we are decrementing by 1. And if the current post index is 0, then we return, because it doesn't make sense to go lower than 0, right? Because 0 is the first element of an array. Okay. Now, we still have to write a bit more code here before we go to our JSX. Let's create a video ref. Const video is equal to React use ref HTML video element. Initially it's null. Let's also create another function, add comment, which calls create comment, which is somewhere here. Yeah. I think we should also await it. Let's have some more local state, input focused and set input focused. Initially it's false. Now let's make use of use effect here. And this use effect is dependent on is loaded and set is loaded, like so. And in here, in this use effect, let's have a function handle loaded data, which plays the video. So because this is a ref, we can say video.current and then play. And then after 300 milliseconds, we set is loaded to true. Now down below this handle loaded data function, let's say const video ref is equal to video.current. Then below this, let's say video ref add event listener loaded data, and we pass in this function here, handle loaded data. For cleanup, let's return an arrow function here in our use effect. So if there's no video ref, we do nothing, but we return. Otherwise, we will remove this loaded data handler. We will remove this event listener here. And also we have to provide this function here. Yeah, similarly. And also we have to provide this function here. And then we will pause the video, set the current time to null again, and we say video ref.load. Alright, now down below this use effect, let's have another local state is playing and set is playing. Initially it's false. Then let's have a function toggle video play. And here we say if the video is playing, then pause the video, otherwise play it. And then set is playing. Yeah, we pass in the opposite of what is playing is currently. And before we keep going here, let's create a new store. So under stores, let's create post store.ts. And the post date will look like this. And because it includes the functions here as well as the actions, maybe we make it an interface, huh? Like so. And then we have like posts here, which is an array of objects with ID, user ID, and post ID. And then also we have two actions. Now let's say export const, use post store. We can make use of create. We pass in our post date. And there are, by the way, different ways. Post date contains like post and remove like, yeah. We could also separate them here and put them in a different interface or type. But yeah, there are many ways to do it. This is another way of doing it. We also need to make sure that we import, create, and persist. Now we can say persist, parentheses. We get access to an arrow function, which gets as argument set. And in here, we can set like post to an empty array initially. And now we can specify like post. And what this does. Okay, this is not really great here. Too much red. So let me try to fix this. Yeah, you know what? I just also add the remove like action, like so. And then also the name, post storage. And like so, yeah. Now it's much easier to see what's going on here. So what are we doing here? Here we simply updating like posts by spreading in all the posts that we have in our global state, but we also add the post that we pass in here, yeah? And for remove like, what we are doing here is we make use of filter. We filter this like posts array, yeah? And we only want to keep the posts where the post ID is not equal to post ID. And post ID is what we pass in. Yeah? And that's it. Let's go back to our post page. Now below this toggle video play function, let's access our like posts from our newly created post store, like so. Let's get access to our two actions, like post and remove like, from our post store here, yeah. Let's get the ID of the logged in user. Here we need to make use of our user store and then simply access the ID on the state object. Let's make use of use mutation again. And this is for liking a post. We pass in the post ID as variable. And then we have here onCompleted. We basically do nothing here. I just have done it for debugging. And then here refetch queries. Yeah, we just get back the post from our backend. And the post will be updated with likes and comments and so on. Yeah. So our state on the front end will be updated in the Apollo client. And then we have also unlike post, which is very similar, except I didn't use this onCompleted callbacks there. And now let's implement some more functions. Handle remove like. And here we want to make sure that only the user who likes the post can unlike it. If it's not the same, he's not able to unlike anything, what somebody has liked. So we do an early return here. Otherwise, we can run remove like mutation. And this deletes the like from our database. But then also in our global state, we need to call the action remove like and pass in the ID. Handle like post is basically the same. But rather than calling remove like mutation, we call like post mutation. And then we call our like post action here. Let's create another function which returns a boolean. And here for the case that we do not have any like post, we simply return false. Otherwise, we checked if the user ID on the like post is the same as the logged in user ID. And if this is the case, is liked is true. And we will use this for basically making the like button red or black. This is the purpose of this thing here. And now we can start to implement our JSX. Alright, let's give this div an ID of post. Let's add some classes to this div. Like so. We add fixed, LG flex, justify between, Z50, top 0, left 0, W full, H full, BG black, LG overflow hidden, overflow auto. And this gets us a black page. Beautiful. In this div, let's have another div with classes of LG, W, calc 100% minus 540 pixel, H full and relative. In there we will have a link. This link goes to slash and has the classes absolute, Z20, M5, rounded full, hover BG gray 800, BG gray 700, P 1.5. And in here we render a React icon, I am cross. Color is FFF, FFF, and size is 27. Below this closing link tag, let's have two buttons. Both buttons have the same CSS classes. So, let me give you the classes. Absolute, Z20, right 4, top 4, flex item center, justify center, rounded full, BG gray 700, P 1.5, hover BG gray 800. And then in here we render BI chevron up and BI chevron down. And both have the same color, FFF, FFF, size 30. Yeah, and here you see them, looking beautiful. Then below this closing button tag, let's have an image with classes of absolute, top 18 pixel, left 70 pixel, max W 80 pixel, rounded full, LG MX 0, MX auto, and the source is source assets images TikTok logo small.png. Then below this closing div here, let's have another div. This div has the following class names: flex, item center, justify center, BG black, BG opacity 70, H screen, LG min W 400 pixel. And we pass in our IamSpinner2 React icon. And we give it a class of animate spin, ML1, size 100, and color FFF, FFF. Alright. Below this closing div, after IamSpinner2, let's have another div with on-click of toggle video play and classes of BG black, BG opacity 90, LG min W 480 pixel. In here, let's have a video tag with a ref of video. Source is our base URL here. And then data post, get post by ID, video, loop, muted, classes, H, screen, MX, auto. Then below this video tag, let's have a React icon, AI fill play circle, size 100. Classes are rounded full, Z100, absolute, top 1/2, left 1/2, transform, minus translate X 1/2, minus translate Y 1/2, text black, and cursor pointer. Now after this last closing div, let's have another div. Let's close it. Hello, what's happening here? Alright. Yeah, I think we made something wrong. And now after this div here, let's put another div with an ID of info section, classes of LG max W 550 pixel, relative, W full, H full, BG white. In here, let's have a div which is self-closing with a class of py7. Then let's have another div here below this div with classes of flex, item center, justify between, px8. In this div, let's have another div, flex item center. And in here, let's have a link pointing to slash with an image. Classes are rounded full, LG max, LG MX 0, MX auto, width is 40. And the source here, we have a placeholder here, but we should write it differently. We actually should say data post, get post by ID, and then user image, I think. Yeah, if we have this, then we want to render this. Otherwise, we want to render a placeholder URL. Now, below this link, let's have another div. Classes are ML3, PT.5. Then another div in it with classes of text 17 pixel, font semi-bold, and a text of username. Below that, let's have another div. Classes are text 13 pixel, minus MT5, font light. And in here we render data post, get post by ID, user, full name. Like so. Then also in this div below user full name here, let's have a span with classes of relative, top 6 pixel, text 30 pixel, PR.5. And then we have a dot here, which is vertically centered. Below the span, let's have another span with class of font medium. And in here, we say new date. And we basically converting this created add into a string, which is actually readable for humans. Yeah, this is done by using this toLocalString method here. Now, after the span and 3 closing divs, 1, 2, 3, let's have a React icon. MD outline delete forever, size 25. Classes are just cursor pointer. Then, after 1 closing div here, let's have another div with classes of px8, mt4, text sm, and in here we render data post, get post by ID, and then text. Alright, and here we get an error now, not really sure why. Let's go. Let's go to somewhere around line 70 and see why that is. Maybe let's type this use query. So let's say get post by ID query, like so. We have to import this, and now it is typed. Here we need to make use of a question mark. I'm not really sure why this is not working here. Get post by ID. Let's go to our queries. Get post by ID. Interesting, right? It basically should work. In our playground, get post by ID. Strange. Let's go to somewhere on line 70 here, where we define this data post. Let's go to onCompleted here. And let's do console.log data post. And let's see what we get here. Let's see if something gets printed out. All right, we don't see anything, so let's go down here. And we have to use question mark everywhere here. And image is wrong. Let's go to our query again. I think here on the user, we need to return an image actually. Yeah. And now this should work. But we have to do the generation again. npx GraphQL Codegen. And now this error is gone. Perfect. And let's see what we get here. Get post by ID. And yeah, it should work, right? It should work. We have our text here. All right, but we have an error here, and I know why, because the base URL is wrong. So let's search for 3001. Change that to 3000, like so. And all right, we still get a problem here. This is undefined. Let's go back to our get post by ID. We have video here, which should be the string. Why is this undefined? Video, we have it here. Wait, let's go up again. Data post. Get post by ID. And then let's say video. What we get here. All right, we actually get the path, which is correct. And everywhere we have to use question mark here, because it can be undefined. So why is this thing undefined here? All right, maybe we can get this working when performing some conditional rendering here. So let's go to our IAmSpinner2. Let's add loading post in front of it. Yeah. If loading post is true, then let's render the spinner. Otherwise, we will render this thing here, like so. Now let's try it again. And this seems to be working, I think. Yay! Yep, this works now. Beautiful. And also we have a nice little avatar here, which is just a placeholder, yeah, because at the moment a user is not able to update his profile avatar. But this already working nicely. Alright, now let's keep going. Below this div here, where we're rendering data post get post by ID text, let's have another div with classes of px8, mt4, textsm, font, bold. Yeah. And then in here we render bs, music, not beamed, size 17, text is original sound. And then username, I think this should be the actual username here. Then below this div, let's have another div with classes of flex, item center, px8, mt8. In it, let's have another div. The classes are pb4, text center, flex, item center. In this div, let's have a button. And here, the button is disabled for the case that the user who has created the post is the same as the logged in user, yeah? Because you should not be able to like your own post. And here this is incorrect. This must be user.id. Yeah? And then the classes are rounded full, bg gray 200, p2 cursor pointer. And on click, we want to conditionally execute either handle remove like or handle like post, dependent on is liked. Yeah? If it's liked, then we want to call handle remove like, of course. Otherwise, we call handle like post. And then also on this button, we have a React icon, AI fill heart, size 25. And then the color depends on is liked. Yeah, if is liked is true, then the color will be red, otherwise it will be black. Down below this button, let's have a span with classes of text XS, PL2, PR4, text gray 800, font semi-bold. And in here we render data post get post by ID, and then here likes. And we have also to put a question mark here, yeah, because likes can be undefined. Now below the span and this div, let's have another div with classes of pb4, text center, flex, item center. In this div, let's have another div with classes of rounded full, bg gray 200, p2 cursor pointer, and in it we have a React icon bs fill chat dots fill, size 25, color is black, like so. Yeah, looking really beautiful already. Then below this div here, let's have a span with classes of text XS, PL2, PR4, text gray 800, font semi-bold, and in it we render data get comments by post ID dot length, like so. And we see 0 and 0. Now after the span and the next two divs, let's have a div with the ID of comments and the classes of bg f8, 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 z0, w4, h, calc 100% minus 273 pixel, border t2, overflow auto. In here, let's have a div which is self-closing with class of pt2. Down below this div, let's render the following. For the case that data get comments by post ID.length is 0, yeah, then we want to show a div with the text of now comments and classes of text center MT6, text XL, text gray 500. Down below this div and this closing curly bracket, let's have another div with the classes of flex, flex call, item center, justify between, px8, empty4. And in here, we map over the comments. Let's have another div here. Close it. This div has classes of flex, item center, relative, w full, and a key of comment.id. Then in this div, let's have a link pointing to slash. And it has also an image with classes of absolute, top 0, rounded full, LG MX0, MX auto. Width is 40. And also let me close the brackets here so we get rid of some errors. And here this link with the image in it, here we need to change the source. Conditionally we want to render something. So we say here comment.user.image. Yeah, for the case that we have one, then we render the user image. Otherwise, we simply render a placeholder. And okay, I see we don't have an image on the user. So let's go back to our query, get comments by post ID. And here we need to return an image, like so. And now the error should be gone if we close it and open it up again. Interesting. The error is still there, huh? Yeah, I think, of course, we need to run again here our generate. So npx GraphQL Codegen. And this should resolve the issue. Yep, it resolved it. Beautiful. Now below this closing link tag, let's have another div. The div has classes of ml14, pt.5, w full. In it we have another div. And in there we have username. Down below username. And here we check whether the ID of the author of the comment is the same as the logged in user ID. If this is the case, we are able to delete this comment, yeah, which makes sense. We should only be able to delete our own comments. Size is 25 and class name is cursor pointer. And then below this curly bracket and this closing div, let's have another div with classes of text 15 pixel, font light, and we render comment text. Now after these closing brackets and one closing div, let's have one div which is self-closing mb28 as class. Now after this self-closing div and another closing div, let's have another div with an ID of create comment and classes of absolute, flex item center, justify between, bottom 0, bg white, h 85 pixel, lg max w 550 pixel, w full py5 px8 border t2. Then in there, let's have another div. This div has some dynamic classes. For the case that the input is focused, we render border 2, border gray 400. Otherwise, border 2, border f1, f1, f2. And then we have the default classes here. Flex item center, rounded LG, W full, LG max W 420 pixel, BG F1, F1, F2. And make sure you use curly brackets, and then we have an array here, and at the end of this array you need to make sure you use join with empty space. Then in this div, let's have an input with on change of set comment. We pass in e.target.value to set comment. And then on focus, we make use of set input focus and we pass in true. On blur, we make use of set input focus and pass in false. Now as classes, we have bg f1, f1, f2, text 14 pixel, focus outline none, w4, lg max w 420 pixel, p2 rounded lg. Type is text, placeholder is add a comment. Now after this closing div, let's have a button. This button is disabled if comment is an empty string. On click is add comment. Then we have some dynamic classes again. For the case that comment is not empty, then we want to have text f0 2c56 cursor pointer. Otherwise we want to have text gray 400. And then the default classes are font, semibold, text sm, ml5, pr1. And the text of the button is post. And now we are almost done with our UI here, looking pretty beautiful. But as you can see, something is not correct here. Yeah, it does not look as expected. Yeah, because here we have this empty space. So I think I made a mistake with a closing div somewhere. So I think here on line 230, around something like this, yeah, where we have this TikTok logo small image, here we have this closing div. And this is not correct. We need to grab this div and put it, I think, before this div with the idea of create comment, like so. And I think that should be it. Oh no, that does not look right either, right? And let's take this div and put it above the div with the ID of info section. I think that should fix it. Let's see it. Yeah, this looks much better, right? This looks much better. Now it looks really beautiful. And what you see is the buttons here are working. Yeah, we can loop over our posts and so on. We can play them and we can close it like this. And let's see what else we can do. Can I write a comment? This works perfectly. The count increases by 1 and here's my comment, hello world. I also can delete it. The count decreases again. But I cannot like my post, which should be correct. And I think it is because the button is disabled, so we don't see anything here. So what we can try is, let's log out. Let's create another user with another email address. Let's log in. And now let's go to post 1. Let's try to like it. And it works. Yeah. Pretty cool. Alright, now let us implement the profile page. For that, let's create a new component. Post profile.tsx rfce. Now let's import here a few things. Use effect, use ref, and use date from React. Let's import IAMSpinner2. which is a React icon. BS fill bar chart fill, which is also a React icon. FI alert circle. And then let's import link from React Router DOM. And also let's import host type from GQL GraphQL, like so. This post profile component expects a post, which is of type post type. Let's create a video, which is a ref. And here we can specify the type HTML video element, because we are using it on a video tag. Let's have some local state, is loaded and set is loaded. Initially it's false. Now let's have an use effect here, which runs after the component has been rendered. And here we pass in now dependencies. Here we specify a function in it, handle loaded data, where we have a set timeout, and in here we set is loaded to true, yeah, after 300 milliseconds, like so. Let's create a variable after that, video ref, which is equal to video.current, and then let's put an event listener on this video ref, loaded data, yeah, then we want to run this function here. And also let's do some cleanup. Return, which returns an error function, and in here we do nothing if there's no video ref, of course, and if there's one, we remove the event listener, we pause the video, and we set the time to 0 again. Now after this use effect, let's have another function, is hover, and this takes in a boolean, and dependent on the boolean, we play the video or we pause it. Now, before we keep going with the JSX here, I would say, let's get started with our profile page. Yeah, let's import this component in there, map over it, and then we can keep going here. And the reason being, we want to actually see something here, yeah, when coding out the JSX here. So I think this is the right order of doing it. So let's get to our profile page. Let's give this div an ID of profile, and also let's add some classes. PT90 pixel, 2XL PL, 385 pixel, LGPL, 260 pixel, PL, 80 pixel, LGPR0, PR2, WCalc 100% minus 10 pixel, MaxW 1800 pixel, 2XL, MX Auto. Then in this div, let's have another div with classes of flex, WCalc 100, VW minus 230 pixel. Then in this div, let's have an image with classes of W100, H 100 pixel, rounded full, object cover, and this here must be pixel as well, I think, of course. And yeah, by the way, before we keep going with the JSX, let's write some JavaScript here, or TypeScript. So here, let's make use of use params to get the ID from the URL. And by the way, we also need to import a few things. Let's import use effect from React. Let's import the main layout. Let's import BS fill pencil fill. Let's import AI fill unlock. Let's import use params from React Router DOM. Let's import get posts by user ID. Let's import use query, use params. We have use params already. And let's import use user store and use general store, like so. Now let's make use of the use query hook here. We pass in get posts by user ID, which is our query. And since we are using TypeScript here, let's type it properly here. Angle brackets after use query. And here we can say get posts by ID query. And here we can say get posts by user ID query. So now it's properly typed here. Yeah. Let's get access to our user from global store here. Const user by using use user store. And then simply we are returning the state. Then also we want to have some functionality for editing our profile. So we will do this a bit later. And with that, we are basically done. Now let's wrap everything in main layout. And we go back to this view here. Now let's have a div after this closing image tag. This div has the classes of ml5 w full. In this div, let's have another div with classes of text, 30 pixel, font bold, truncate, and text of username. Below it, let's have another div with classes of text, 18 pixel, truncate, and then user.fullName. Next, let's put a button down below the second div here. Alright, so it makes sense to also implement the functionality for showing the modal for editing our profile. So here, let's say is edit modal open, and we can access it from our general store. But how did we name it? Let's have a look. Set edit profile open and is edit profile open. Okay. Let's name it properly, like so. And why is that here? Yeah, we have to put it in curly brackets, use general store. Also, let's get our action. Edit profile open. And we access the action in our global store here. All right, now let's grab this here. Set is edit profile open and put it here. And then also this button has some classes: flex, item center, rounded MD, py 1.5, px 3.5, mt3, text 15 pixel, font semi-bold, border, hover, bg gray 100. And then in this button we have a React icon, bs fill pencil fill, size is 18, and classes are mt.5, mr1, and then below it we have a div with the text of edit profile. Below this closing button div, let's have another button with classes of flex item center, rounded MD, py 1.5, px 8, mt3, text 15 pixel, text white, font semi-bold, bg, f0, 2c, 5, 6, and the text of follow. Now after this closing button and two other closing div tags, let's have another div. This div has the following classes: flex item center, pt4. In there, let's have a div with the class name of mr4. This div has two span elements in it. The first span has a class of font bold and a text of 10k. The second span has classes of text gray 500, font light, text 15 pixel, pl 1.5, and a text of following. And I think this here is wrong, right? Light, like so. Yeah. Now after this closing span and one more closing div, Let's have another div with a class of mr4. In there, we have again two span elements with the same classes as above, but with different texts, yeah, for example 4K, and then here we have likes. Then after the span and two more closing divs, let's have another div with classes of pt5, mr4, text gray 500, font light, text 15 pixel, pl 1.5, max w 500 pixel, and the text of this is the bio section. Then below this div, let's have another div with classes of w full, flex item center, pt4, border b. In this div, let's have a div with the text of videos and classes of w60, text center, py5, text 17 pixel, font semi-bold, border b2, border b black. Then below it we have another div with classes of w60, text gray 500, text center, py2, text 17 pixel, font semi-bold, and in it we have a React icon, AI fill unlock, class name mb.5, and in it a text of light. Like so. And now the fun part starts, yeah. We want to actually show something, we want to show our beautiful posts. So for that, after the two closing divs here, let's have another div with classes of mt4, grid 2xl, grid calls 6, xl, grid calls 5, large LG, grid calls 4, MD, grid calls 3, grid calls 2, and gap 3. And what this means is, dependent on the screen width, we basically display a different amount of posts in a row. Yeah, for very large devices we have 6 posts in a row, and for small devices only 2, and for medium devices, for example, 3, and then for large devices 4, and so on. Yeah. And now in this div here, we map over our posts, yeah, that come back from our get posts by user ID query. And here we actually can get rid of this any here. This is really bad because it's already typed here, you see, since we typed our use query here, yeah? Okay, and now here we still have an issue. And the reason being is that in our post profile component, we specified as type post type. And this post type has a user. And this user has as properties password created at and stuff like this. And we don't want to work with the password here on our front end, right? So because we don't need it and there's no reason to send it to our front end. So this is why we get this TypeScript error. And so what we can do is, let's go back to our backend. Let's go to our post type in the post module. Here we work with the user. Let's go to this user here, yeah, which is our user model under user. We could also name it user type. Yeah, it doesn't matter really, because here we have a post type and a like type, but okay, hey. And now what we can say is, let's make a few things optional. Image can be optional, password can be optional, and created at and all this, updated at, like so, yeah. And now we go back to our front end and we run npx GraphQL Codegen again. And let's see if this fixes the problem. Let's open up profile again. Alright, the error is still here. Yeah, maybe putting a question mark there wasn't enough. We also need this nullable here. Let's try it out. Let's run this command again. GraphQL Codegen. Okay, let's close it and open it again. Profile. And now the error is gone. Yeah. And now let's jump back to our post profile. And now we can code out our JSX here. So let's get started. Let's start with wrapping everything in a link. Like so. And this link points to post and then the post ID. Then in this link, let's have a div. This div has classes of relative, brightness 90, hover brightness 1.1, and then cursor pointer. And also here we have some event listeners. On mouse enter, we want to execute isHover and pass in true. On mouse leave, we want to execute isHover, but we want to pass in false. Yeah. Then in this div here, we want to conditionally render something. For the case that isLoaded is not true, then we want to show a div with the classes of absolute, flex item center, justify center, top 0, left 0, aspect, 3 divided by 4, W full, object cover, rounded MD, BG black. And then in here we have a React icon IamSpinner2 with classes of animate spin, ML1, size 100, and color FFF, FFF. Then below this closing curly bracket, let's have a video element with a ref of video, muted loop, class names of aspect 3 divided by 4, object cover, rounded MD, and then source, our base URL, localhost 3000, and then we add post.video to the string. Then below this video tag, let's have another div with a class name of px1. In there, let's have a div with class name of textGray700, text 15 pixel, pt1, and break words, and in it we render post text. Then below this closing div here, after post.text, let's have another div with the classes of flex item center minus ml1 textGray600 font bold and text xs. In it we have a React icon bsfill bar chart fill, class name ml1 size 16. Then we have a div with a class name of mx1 and 3% in it. Below it we have another React icon fi alert circle size 20. And with that we are done with our post profile component. But currently we don't see anything, huh? Which is a bit strange. Why is that? Alright, we have no errors. Let's look in our network tab. Alright, get post by user ID is empty. Let's go to another profile. Alright, there you go. This user didn't have any posts, but now you see it. Looking amazing. You see, dependent on the screen size, we have a different amount of posts in a row. And when hovering over it, it starts playing. When moving away from it, it stops. Yeah, and also the color changes, it gets a little bit brighter. But maybe we can even change it a bit further. Let's say 1.2. Yeah, I think this is even better. Or 1.4. Let's see how this looks. Alright, cool. So this is working. And because we wrapped each component in a link, as you can see here, I can click on it and we get to this post here, to the post details, so to speak. Okay, now let's head over to the backend and implement the functionality for updating the profile. And so let's head over to our user service. And in here, we need to create another method, which is update profile. And it looks like this. As arguments, it expects a user ID, which is of type number. And then also it expects some data, which can be a full name, a bio, or an image. Yeah, all of them are strings. And then we simply run update on the user model. Yeah, and then we simply run update on the user model, and we update the user with this specific user ID, and we pass in the data. That's all we do here. Now let's head to our user resolver. And in here, let's implement our mutation for updating the profile. We need to use a guard, yeah, because only the authenticated user should be able to update his profile. This mutation returns a user. And then this is the function. And then here, this is the function signature. Like so. So what we have here, we need to access the request object. Yeah, so we need to have this context decorator here. And then also as args, we expect a full name, bio, and image. And yeah, all of them can be nullable. And important here, the image that we get is of type GraphQL upload. Yeah. And we need to import this type. Like so, yeah. Import star as GraphQL upload from GraphQL upload GraphQL upload.js. This is important. And also, of course, we need to import use guards. And we need to import our GraphQL auth guard like so. Now let's say if we have an image, what we want to do then is we want, maybe we need to do it differently. Let's say let image URL. And then here, if image, then await this store image and get URL. Store image get URL. And this is a function. Okay, we have to create it. We still haven't done so. So we will do that in a bit. And then here we can say return this user service, update profile. We pass in our user ID and then also some other things here. Like so, yeah, because it expects a user ID and then an object containing all these strings. And now down below here, let's create a private async function named store image and get URL. It expects a file, which is of type GraphQL upload, and it returns promise string. Like so. Now, from this file, we can get file name and create read stream. Now we can construct a unique file name using this here. We need to import it. Okay, let's see how I can import it. Yeah, we have to import it like this. Import v4 as UUID v4 from UUID. Yeah, so we basically have a unique name. Then below it, we can construct our image path using join, which we have to import from path. So this path will lead, yeah, to public, and then the files will just be in here. Yeah, we could also make a subdirectory, but we will simply put all the files in here. So this is the file path, and let's also make an image URL. So we are using our base URL and then / our unique file name. Then we can create a read stream. And then we can call readstream.pipe and then create write stream, which we have to import from fs. And last but not least, we can return our URL. And that should be it for the profile update functionality on the backend. And now let's jump to the front end. Let's create a new component. Edit profile model.tsx. Let's write RFCE like so. RFCE. Now let's go to app.tsx. In here, let's access is edit profile open, yeah, from our use general store, and then we can conditionally render it like so. Edit profile model. Let's import it like this. And we are done with that here. We can close it. And now let's go back to our profile page. Where's the edit button? Edit profile. That is edit profile open. So this should already be working, right? Let's go to application, general store. Is edit profile open? It works, yeah. So we can toggle it. But the question is why we do not see anything. Maybe we need to have more content in it. Maybe it's somewhere hidden here because we just have a bit of text in it. So let's keep going here. So first of all, we need to import tons of things here. Use effect, use ref, and use state from React. Then we need AI outline clause from React icons. BS fill, pencil fill from React icons as well. Then we need our general store. We need our text input. We need cropper and React cropper element from React cropper. And I'm not sure whether we have installed it already, but we will see in a bit. Also, we need to import the cropper styles, yeah, cropper.js dist cropper CSS. Let's import our use mutation hook. And also, let's import our update profile mutation, which we still have to create. So let's go to mutations. And in here, let's create update user profile.ts. And this mutation looks like this. Yeah, we need to pass in a full name, bio, and image. Two of them here are strings, and the other one is of type upload. And then we return the ID, full name, bio, and image. Now let's also import a type for our mutation to properly type it. Update user profile mutation. And also let's import our user store. But currently we don't have this update user profile mutation, so we need to run npx GraphQL Codegen again, because we have updated our backend. And then we should be able to get this type. Now let's go into our component here. And let's write a bunch of TypeScript. So first of all, let's have some local state, uploaded image and set uploaded image, which is either a string or undefined. Initially it's undefined. Let's have cropped image and set cropped image, which is also either a string or undefined. Let's have is edit profile open. And here we use our general store, which we have to put in curly brackets. Yeah. Let's also access the user in our global user store, let's create some more local state, file and set file, which is of type file or null. Initially it's null. And let's also get our setter, our action from our general store. Set edit profile is open. Let's get our action for setting our user. Maybe we do it below this user here. Set user from our user store by accessing state.setUser. Now let's create a function below this. Get uploaded image. This function gets as argument the event, which is of type ReactChangeEvent HTML input element. In here we set the cropped image to undefined, and then if there are any files, then we basically set uploaded image to this string. And this is done so we can see the uploaded image in the browser. And then also we set the file that we can send it to the backend. Next we have more local state, username and set username, which is of type string. Initially we set it to user.filename, and otherwise it's an empty string. But it should be set to user.filename, because every user has basically a name. And then also let's have const bio and set bio here, which is also a string. And initially it's user.bio, or if it's not set, then it's just an empty string, because bio is empty by default. Let's create a cropper ref here. Use ref and then the type React cropper element. Initially it's null. Let's have another local state, cropping done and set cropping done, which is a boolean. Initially it's false. Let's also have one more local state here, const, and then is updated, and set is updated. Set is updated. Initially it's false. And now let's create a use effect. And this use effect runs every time the username or bio changes. And here we check whether the username or the bio has more characters than null. If this is the case, we set is updated to true, otherwise to false. Now let's create another function, save cropped image. In here we access the cropper via cropper ref current cropper. Then we set cropping is done to true. And then if there's a cropper, then we get the cropped image URL by saying cropper get cropped canvas and then to data URL. Then we can set the uploaded image, so we see it in the browser. And we can also set the cropped image like so. Now let's create another function, const update profile, which is async. In here again we get our cropper by accessing the cropper ref. Then let's create a variable, input, which is of type full name string, bio string, image, file, or null. And then we say full name is username, bio is bio, and image is file. Image is null. Like so. Here we can simply omit this second bio. This should work as well. Then here for the case that we have a cropper instance, what we do then, we can run cropper instance dot get cropped canvas then to blob. And in here, we can run an async function which gets the blob as argument. And then if we have a blob, yeah, because this blob can be undefined, I think, then we can say input.image is equal to new file, and we pass in our blob. And then we can name it somehow, for example, profile.jpg, image.jpg, like so, and we should be good. But one thing though, I'm not sure why this is not properly typed. Yeah, here this has type of any. So let's go back to our cropper ref and let's see if we forgot to type it. No, it's properly typed. Anyway, let's keep going. Now in this async function here, after this if blob, we can run our update user profile mutation, and we can pass in our input, yeah, which is this object here. And of course, I think we named it update profile. Now, how did we name it? Update user profile? Okay, we actually have forgotten it, I think. So, where is it? Yeah, I think we have forgotten this mutation, so let's create it somewhere, maybe above all. Yeah, so update user profile, we make use of use mutation. We use update user profile mutation, we pass in update profile, which is our mutation here, yeah? And I think I know why I get this error, yeah, with the typing. Of course, we need to install our React cropper, yeah? npm I React cropper. And then we should get rid of this error. Let's go down below again and let's see what's happening here. Yeah. So here we need a question mark and the error is gone. Yeah, everything is properly typed. Even the blob is typed. Here I need to put a parenthesis. And here I need to close this. And now here on this update user profile, let's call then. Here we can access the response. And now in here, we can set the newly updated user. Yeah, so in our global store, we can change the user state. And here we have an error. Why is it? So maybe we have to turn this into a number. Yep. Yeah, so that the types are matching. And now I have a problem here. And here, let's say, if we have an image, yeah, then we want to render this. Then we want to use this image path. Yeah, otherwise we simply have a placeholder, yeah, like so. And then we want to toggle our edit modal after that. So set edit profile is open. We call it this function. And when going there, you will see in our general store that, no, in our, where is it? Yeah, here you see we simply toggle the state. Here you see we simply, and now let's also have a catch block where we simply log the error, console.log, like so. And now Some parentheses are missing, unfortunately. Alright, and now something is missing here. So here we need a round bracket and then also a curly bracket, like so. And we need another curly bracket. Yeah. Now let's have another function, crop and update image. In here we set cropping done to false. And we call our update profile. And let's also make it async and await. Yeah, update profile. And now let's code out some JSX. So here this outer div. Let's give it an ID of edit profile model. Then this div has some dynamic classes. So what we have here, max W 700 pixel, SM H 580 pixel, H 655 pixel, MX3 P4, rounded LG, MB10 relative, BG white, W full. And then for the case that we have no uploaded image, then we want to have H 655 pixel, otherwise H 580 pixel. Then in this div, let's have another div with classes of justify between, W full, P5, left 0, border B gray 300, absolute flex item center. And then in this div, let's have another div with text 22 pixel, font medium, and then edit profile. Below it, let's have a button with an on-click handler where we execute set edit profile is open. And then also in this button, we have a React icon, AI outline close, size 25. Now after one closing div here, let's have another div with some dynamic classes. So we have H calc 500 pixel minus 200 pixel. And by the way, here we don't need calc actually. We can just say 300 pixel. It's the same. Then for the case that there's no uploaded image, MT16, otherwise MT58 pixel. In this div, let's have another div. This div has an ID of profile photo section and classes of flex call, border B, SM H 145 pixel, H 160 pixel, PX 1.5, SM PY7, PY4, and W full. Then in there we have another div with classes of font semi-bold, text 15 pixel, SM MB0, MB1, text gray 700, SM W 160 pixel, SM text left and text center, and also with the text of profile photo. Below this div, let's have another div with classes of flex item center, justify center, SM minus MT6. And I just recognized, I forgot a div here. And you see, this is why we get this strange UI here. This shouldn't be like this. This should be basically an overlay above everything here. So let me give you the missing div. And it's actually this thing here. So this div must wrap everything, and we can grab this ID here and put it on here. And this div has the following classes: fixed, flex, justify center, pt14, md, pt, 105 pixel, z50, top 0, left 0, w full, h full, bg black, bg opacity 50, overflow auto. Yeah, this is important. And we need this position of fixed here. Yeah, this is very important. And top 0, left 0. And now let's close it here. Yeah, we need a closing div here. And what the fuck? This is a bug here. Holy shit, what's going on here? And there you go. You see, now we have a nice overlay and nice model here. And now we can keep working here. Now in this div here that we created, now in the latest div we have created, let's have a label with HTML4 image and a class name of relative and cursor pointer. In this label, let's have an image with classes of rounded full, img preview, object cover, w20, h20, and then we render a source. Yeah, if we have a cropped image, then we want to use the cropped image, otherwise we use user.image. Below that image, let's have a div with classes of absolute, bottom 0, right 0, rounded full, bg white, shadow xl, border gray 300, p1, inline block, w32 pixel, h32 pixel, and then in this div we have a React icon, bs fill, pencil fill, size 17, and a class name of mauto. Then after this closing label tag, let's have an input with a class name of hidden, type is file, ID is image, and on change we call get uploaded image. It accepts images of all kind. Now after two closing divs here, let's have another div with classes of flex, flex call, border b, smh 118 pixel, px 1.5, py2, mt 1.5, and w full. In there, let's have a div with a text of username and classes of font semi-bold, text 15 pixel, sm, mb0, mb1, text gray 700, sm, w160 pixel, sm text left, and text center. Below that div, let's have another div with classes of flex item center, justify center, sm minus mt6. In there, let's have another div with classes of sm w 60%, w full, max w md. Then in there, let's put our text input with the value of username, autofocus, placeholder is username, input type is text, max is 30, and then we have our on change here, and then also our error. And I just see we have only an input here, right? Yeah, input. We named it input. So now everything works fine. Below this input, let's have a div with classes of text 11 pixel, text gray 500, empty 4, and then here we have a text of username, can only contain letters, numbers, underscores. Changing your username will also change your profile link. Now after 4 closing divs, 1, 2, 3, 4, let's have another div with an ID of biosection, classes of flex, flex call, sm, h 120 pixel, px 1.5, py2, mt2, w full. In there, let's have another div with a text of bio and classes of font semi-bold, text 15 pixel, SM, MB null, MB1, text gray 700, SMW 160 pixel, SM text left, text center, and bio as text. Below this div, let's have another div with classes of flex, item center, justify center, SM-MT6. In there, we have another div with classes of SM, W 60%, W full, and max WMD. In there, we have a text area. The text area has the following classes: resize none, W full, BG, F1, F1, F2, text gray 800, border gray 300, rounded MD, PY 2.5, PX3, focus outline none. Calls is 30, rows is 40, max length is 80, value is bio, and on change we execute set bio and we pass in e.target.value. Then below this text area, for the case that we have bio, meaning that the text area is not empty, then we want to render this div here. This div has classes of text 11 pixel, text gray 500, and in here we render bio.length divided by 80. Now, after 4 closing divs, 1, 2, 3, 4, let's render something conditionally. Yeah, only for the case that we have an uploaded image, but no cropped image. Then we want to render a div. The div has classes of W full, H 430 pixel, absolute, top 20, left 0. And then in this div, let's put our cropper in, like so. And I think we don't even need this crop here. So here cropper, we need to specify a style. We say H 100%, width 100%. SRC is the uploaded image. Guides we set to false. Initial aspect ratio is 1, so it's in square. Aspect ratio is 1 as well. View mode is 1. Ref is cropper ref. And then here we can set min, crop box, height, and width. Yeah, we simply set it to 10, but doesn't really matter. We set background to true, responsive to true. And for the preview, we choose an element with the class of image preview. Yeah. And if you look in our code, then we have this image tag here with this class, yeah? This is where our preview will be shown. Alright, now below this closing bracket here, let's have another div with an ID of button section and classes of absolute, P5, left 0, bottom 0, border T gray 300, and W full. In there, let's have another div with an ID of update info buttons and classes of flex, item center, justify, and. In here, let's have a button with an on-click handler where we execute set edit profile is open. And the classes are flex, item center, border, rounded SM, PX3, PY 6 pixel, hover, BG gray 100. And then in this button we have a span element with a text of cancel and classes of px2, font medium, text 15 pixel. Now below this button we want to conditionally render something again. For the case that we don't have any uploaded image or cropping is done, yeah. For this case we want to render a button with on-click of crop and update image, classes of flex, item center, BG, F0, 2C56, text white, border, rounded MD, ML3, PX3, PY 6 pixel, and in it we have a span with classes of MX4, font medium, text 15 pixel, and apply as text. If this here is not the case, then we want to render something else. Then we want to render another button with on-click of Save Cropped Image and classes of Flex, Item Center, BG, F0, 2C, 56, Text White, Border Rounded, MD, ML3, PX3, PY 6 pixel. And in it again a span with MX4, font medium, text 15 pixel, and as text, save crop. And now let's try it out. Let's add this edit symbol here. Let's choose an image. Alright. Let's crop it. And you see it stays a square because of our ratio here of 1. Yeah. Alright. And now let's hit save crop. There you go. Beautiful. Let's also update our bio. This is an awesome bio. Also, this here is working. John Doe. Now let's open up our Chrome DevTools. And let's see what happens when clicking apply. Alright, here we get some errors. What did happen? Alright, image is null. This is not good. Let's hit refresh and see what's happening. Okay. Actually, the image is null. This is not good. But we are actually sending the image. Yeah. So on our backend, it is not working correctly. Why is that? Okay, but we are storing our images here. This is working. But somehow we are not sending it back. And of course, stupid mistake by me. Let's go back to our user resolver. And what you see is we are putting this image URL in here. Yeah, so we are saving this in our database. But this is actually nothing here, yeah? Because here we need to say image URL is equal to this, yeah? So make sure you assign the result of this to this variable, yeah? And now let's try it out again. Edit profile. Take this horse, for example. Save crop. Awesome bio. Jane Doe. Apply. And it works, yeah? Awesome! Okay, now it's time to fix some bugs. We will be experiencing one bug when closing our browser and then reopening it and then going back to our app here, yeah? And now, when trying to upload something again, let's do it. We get this error here, error getting new access token. And here in the network tab, we see an error, refresh token not found. Yeah. And why is that? Yeah, that's a good question. It is because HTTP only cookies are only stored in the browser session. And once the browser is closed, the session is done and everything will be deleted. Meaning, so at the moment we don't have any token in our browser session, yeah? That's the problem here. So we are not able to create a new post. But we can easily fix it by going to our Apollo client. And then here, I've already prepared something. Here we need to check for the message refresh token not found. And if we have this, what we want to do then is we want to reset our user in our global store using use user store, and then we have to use set state here, yeah? And now let's try it out. Let's upload something again. Let's upload something again. And we are immediately here, yeah? So we have to log in again. And now we can upload something. Another thing though, when uploading another post, it does not directly appear here. And the reason for this is, when creating a new post here on our upload page, we need to make sure that we use refetch queries. And here we specify get posts, yeah? Because in our feed, we are using get posts, yeah? And here we have this get all posts, but when going to get all posts, we see we have our get posts query here, yeah? And because this is named get posts, we need to name it here get posts as well, yeah? And now let's try it out and see if it is updating. So let's hit upload again. Let's choose this sweet honeybee, ABC, hit post, and we should see it here immediately. Another thing is we still have this placeholder here, yeah, so we should actually display some real text here. And for this, let's go to our post feed, I think. Yeah, post feed. Let's look for our placeholder here. This is some text. Let's replace it with post.text. And this fixed the problem, yeah? Now we render the actual text. Yeah? Okay, this is working. And also the infinite loading works perfectly. Beautiful. And now we really should have fixed this earlier. Sorry for that. Let's work on this menu here. Yeah, it shouldn't be displayed like this all the time. So let's go to our top nav in components. And here, somewhere around line 130, we need to conditionally render our pop-up menu. Yeah? And we only want to show it for the case that show menu is true. So let's do that. And this should fix the issue. Let's try it out. And this has fixed the issue. Beautiful. And with that, we are done with another beautiful build. Thank you so much for powering through this with me together. And see you in another one.